Hello, Internet. How are you? I'm a bit tired, to be honest, because I was in a book convention in Belgium and I spent the last 3 days. So, hello, Internet. We are.
How are you?
Sunday, yeah, Sunday night. Yeah, I'm a bit confused myself. And I was there since Friday evening, so I'm tired as hell. Speaking about my stuff, trying to sell stuff, trying to make connection, talk to people and stuff. So, excuse me if I'm a bit more sluggish than usual. And speaking about slug, I am with my dear friend Canadian Ardent Pardy. How are you?
Slug, I take that personally.
Are
I'm
you
doing pretty well, my friend. How are you?
are you Michael Jordan?
I've been accused of looking like Mark Messier, but never of looking like Michael Jordan.
You are the same skin color, so so there
It's
will
the
be
nose, it throws people off.
a lot of wood joke. So be prepared, wood related humor and whatever you want. So yeah, it will rain soon. And to be a bit more professional, because as I said, I'm tired as hell. So yeah, please bear with me. First off, a bit of shilling for myself. If you didn't know, I have an incoming Kickstarter project that will start in the 15th of December. This will be an art book project. So if you are interested in my work, what I will write about, my dark fantasy book series, you can check a bit of content I made on my YouTube channel, available in French and English. And yeah, if you want to support me, try to be a bit interested in what I do, please consider this, because this is the best way to show support, love, and I think and I hope being involved in a nice and entertaining art project. Second stuff, I will introduce a bit of Arden today. So he's a no, I will stop the Canadian joke. You are Arden from Newfoundland, an island on the east or west. I
on
forgot.
the on the very east end of Canada, in
Yeah.
the middle of the frigid ass North Atlantic.
Okay. So what he said, and he has also a small YouTube channel where he talk a bit about his woodworking stuff, and he do also almost daily video about various topic he find interesting. But let's be honest, most of them are politic related.
Quite a lot of them tend to be current events, political related. Yeah.
Speaking
At
about
at the behest of my host, I've decided to try and tone the
no, no,
politics down tonight.
to be as transparent as possible. Politic is not the stuff I like to have on my channel. This does not mean that I don't want them at all. It's just that I try to keep my channel as clean as possible for the current cultural state and social state. So I try to do my best to navigate the sea as they are, but yeah, and I try to focus most of my stuff, especially the interview and podcast and stuff, about the guest I have, and I invite you as woodworker. So we will try to speak most about woodworking, but I'm sure you will find a way to talk about politics, and it's okay. It's just don't go full throttle into the sunset. Yeah.
I'll do my best not to break into a rant at some
Yeah.
point.
And speaking about woodworking, I will have my first question. It's quite a bit basic one, but I think it's one of the best way to start to talk about that, because you are a professional man, not just like it's not just a hobby or pleasure or something. It's your work. It's your professional expertise. So when and how did you start woodworking, and also when did you figure out that it was something you want to do professionally?
Well, I mean, growing up in Newfoundland, everybody, when I was growing up, this was in the 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
Everybody had to make something. So my father's generation, they basically made pretty much everything they needed. So they developed those skills. And when I was a kid, I remember one of my strongest memories, especially related to woodworking, was being handed a piece of 2x4, and if I recall correctly, probably a pocket knife. And because I wanted a toy boat, I was basically handed a piece of wood and told, "Okay, go make one,"
Yeah.
which I did. Wasn't a great one, but
You
it
will
worked.
never you will never be best served that by yourself.
As far as for when I decided I wanted to do it as a profession, um, that's a little complicated. I had really good grades in high school,
Yeah.
and because of that, I was urged to go into university. University didn't work out for me, and it
What do you
was
mean but didn't work out? Did
oh,
you
I
not
discovered the
enter?
joys of alcohol.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I know that
Yeah.
in Canada, the US and stuff. Sorry, I speak with the mindset and the knowledge of a bitch ass European Belgium birdie guy. So I don't know much about how it's like in other continent. And I know that especially about university in Canada and the US, it's definitely not the same. You have to pay tuition. You have to live on the campus. That's not the story of most of students in Belgium and France.
Okay. Now, see that again, like you were pointing out, that really illustrates the difference in our experiences. Because
Yeah,
for me, I would have assumed that it was basically the same in Europe, that you'd
yeah,
basically
no.
leave home to go to university.
There
Uh,
are a lot of people that live around the area of the university, but yeah, it's like half of them take the train or the bus or something to go in their village or something. It's definitely not the same.
okay, so there's no real need to live out, for example, like you don't
It's
necessarily have to
best.
leave home.
Yeah, it's best, but it's not mandatory.
Okay. Well, it wasn't exactly mandatory for me either, but it definitely made it far more convenient and far
Yeah,
cheaper
yeah.
for me to do it that way. But anyway, yeah, I discovered that rather than majoring in English literature, which I probably would have done if I hadn't flunked out, I majored in alcoholism, so didn't didn't really work out,
So you
and it
spend
wasn't
more time in beer pong than in the books.
something like that. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, it wasn't until probably a couple of decades later that I really decided to devote myself to woodworking.
Yeah.
And it's essentially a fairly recent development in my life. But even when I was in university, almost any time I had a break, I was doing something with wood, either whittling or carving or building something,
Mm.
always working somehow with my hands. And if I'd been a little smarter, I probably would have realized, hey, maybe this whole book learning thing isn't for me. Maybe I should do something else.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
reminds me that on your YouTube channel you do reading, yeah, a book lecture about some piece of literature that you like, and maybe this came from your university time.
Part of it did very much. One of the classes that I took that really kind of stuck with me was a critical. Um, how was it titled? Critical reading, I think, in English, something like that. It was a first year course that I took.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I've been a reader since I was very young as well.
Mm.
So yeah, it's pretty natural for me to want to talk about books and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm a massive nerd, so pop culture is definitely a
Yeah,
big thing
but
for me.
outside of nerd culture, cause we know each other a bit, so I know some stuff you like, some stuff you don't like, how you like to spend your free time and stuff like. We know each other a bit, and I know that you love very very deeply. It's not even a strong enough of a word. It's like it's in your core that you have a need and somewhat of an admiration about wisdom, and some of the best
Very
wisdom
much, yeah.
you can have in your life as a human being is in books.
Yeah, yeah. I very firmly believe that whoever is the author, whether it's something very deep like Melville's Moby Dick, or something fairly light like Jim Butcher's Dresden Files, there is always some moral lesson or some shared mythology
Yeah.
to be gained from it.
Because every time that you speak with someone and this special someone say, "Oh, I write books," you're like, "Oh, do you?"
Yeah, yeah. Come here, let me promote you.
But
Yeah,
coming back
yeah.
about woodworking, because we talk about woodworking, but your YouTube channel is, I know, quite important to you, and you spend a lot of time shilling your friends like myself, James Crack, and your friend Yiz, and other people that are quite well versed in literature, book, even religion, because we tend to forget that sometimes, but religion are maybe sourced. I'm not sure that's the best word, but they come from books and stories and stuff. And it's the Bible, it's the Quran, it's the Talmud, it's the and you have a deep respect for that. But yeah, coming back to woodworking, uh, it's you said that it's quite recent that you said, okay, I will be a woodworker.
Yeah, it's only been probably the last 3 4 years that I really started to dedicate professionally to it. Of course, about the time I decided to do that, the I'm not quite sure how you want to euphemize it, but I'll say the unknown virus of unnamed origin
Oh, the big sniffle,
kicked in.
yeah.
The big sniffle. There you go. Yeah, that kicked in right in the middle of my 9 month course and
In
turned my 9 month course into a 2 year one.
in
So
French, I say is the big sniffle or big I'll say that fuck I'm not sure in English how to say that, but yeah, it's the big that's what.
I guess we could just call it Le Couf.
Yeah, le coup in French.
Yeah, and
Yeah, so you had
yeah,
a
no,
big course that extended due to that.
yeah, my course took about a 5 month hiatus, which ended up causing it to be go from being a 9 month course to being essentially 2 years. And of course, at the end of that, then we had the lockdowns and everything else. So a lot of people decided to turn their own hands to woodworking and like home renovation, things of that nature. And what ended up happening because of that was partly because of that was the price of lumber skyrocketed.
Yeah,
So, and it's still fairly high at this point. I don't think it's dropped any significant amount, at least not in my area, and that makes it quite difficult to, um, I guess, acquire a stockpile of things to. Excuse me. It makes it difficult to acquire a stockpile where I can just have wood on the wall or in storage and just grab as I need.
yeah,
And what ended up happening because of that was I had to adapt. So a lot of what I'm doing is using reclaimed wood or
yeah.
wood that I've harvested myself.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I'm not sure about. I will do a bit Google Translate. But the correct word, at least from my point of view in Belgium, France, and stuff, the correct word is ébéniste, which translates in English cabinet maker.
Yeah, yeah. There
It's
are
it's a, it's a
older
bit
terms
weird.
as well, but that's Ebenist is probably actually I kind of like the sound of that way more than I like cabinet maker, to be
Yeah,
honest.
yeah, yeah. I'm making cabinet.
Yeah, yeah. And to be fair, to be fair, to title me a cabinet maker isn't really 100% accurate. I mean, yeah, certainly you can hand me a plan and I can build a cabinet, no problem. Build an entire kitchen for you. But that's not where my passion lies.
Yeah.
My passion really lies with kind of the artistic side of it.
Yeah, and you
Uh,
like making things. For example, one of your stream, you spend like five entire stream of 3 hour each speaking about, Blade is a nice guy, and he have his wood stake, and I love them.
yeah, yeah, and I still haven't finished those bookends. I ended up I tried a technique that I haven't tried before, and this is one of the things I love about woodworking is sometimes you try things and they just don't work out,
For
so you
example,
have to
making a
adapt to something
flute.
else. For example, making a flute, which I'm not done trying yet.
I'm expert at flute failing.
I am absolutely great at destroying mostly complete flutes.
And the funniest thing is that each time you were quite close to finishing it.
Yeah, I was well. The good thing about it that shows progress because I was I was clearly closer each time to being finished.
It's like a
just
fucking
just
download.
needed
Like,
one more good piece, and I might have actually got there.
it's like fucking downloading a file and it fails at 99%.
Yeah, yeah. One of the guys I spoke to on Discord, he basically likened it to 3D printing. Sometimes everything looks good, and then you go to pull the piece off the plate,
Yeah.
and it snaps for no apparent reason. Yeah.
And it's funny because in your video you're like, yeah, I will do this and that, and you show the flute and it's almost finished and stuff. Next panel, so I broke the flute.
Well, shit.
And you say that with the most nonchalant way ever. It's like you
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know how to deal with disappointment.
Well, I mean, I'm in my mid 40s, and if I haven't gotten inured to disappointment by now, I'm never going to. Oh,
Yeah, it will be hard.
it. Yeah. Well, I mean, the way I look at it, it really comes from years of just living, I suppose, is the best way to put it. And part of that being the substance abuse past that I have. It's you learn to deal with things as they come and not to
Oh yeah.
overreact to things,
Yeah,
right?
it's
Yeah, and if something is serious, then you understand. Okay, that's serious. I need to react to this differently than I would to something relatively minor that doesn't actually impact my life.
yeah, and it's a one of the most um valuable piece of knowledge I gain from the internet directly, like meme and net culture. It's the saying, it is what it is. And
Yeah, yeah.
man, this fucking phrase, it's stupid as heck, but it's also so fucking true. It's like, it is what it is. It's, you have to deal with it. You can't change the outcome. You can't change what happened. You have to keep going with this current situation that you hate, that you are currently in. So it is what it is. And
Yeah,
this
it
fucking,
is what it is. Yeah.
yeah, it is fucking phrase, man. It's and
Well, I mean, there's a perfectly good French version as well. C'est la vie.
we, yeah. It's a bit different because in it is what it is. It's like, this is the situation you are in and you have to accept it. C'est la vie. It's more like, in French we say bohème. It's like a bit naive. It's a bit poetic, but not, like
Okay.
more grounded in truth. And I prefer the English version, but yes, we say that in France and Belgium and stuff. And it's also one thing I notice when you fail the flute. It's you entirely accept it like it was even a joke, and you found funny. And for me inside, I was like, man, it sucks for him. It's I'm sad for him. And you were like, ah, no problem. Okay, I will keep another one.
Well, yeah. To be fair, part of the reason I didn't literally pitch a fit and lose my mind was because I was on camera.
Okay.
Now,
The
understand
myth
once the
is
camera is.
broken.
Oh yeah, no. It wasn't any real amount more severe. It was just a fair bit of profanity that I didn't share with the camera more than anything else.
I will put fire in you, wood. You will be kindler.
Actually, I think quite a lot of those flutes ended up kindling.
Okay, but yeah, I thought that you started, learning and studying the art of woodworking yeah, quite early in your life, and that's definitely not what happened.
Yeah, no, I was essentially self-taught for quite a lot, but one of the things with the Newfoundland culture is the older men still show the younger men how to do things.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is, and it doesn't necessarily matter whether your family members, whether it's your father or one of your uncles or your grandfather. Also in Newfoundland, we have a bit of a quirk of language which comes from, I think, comes from the old country, where pretty much any older man is uncle, whether they're related to you
Okay.
or not. I
It's
think
like in
that's
some part of the world, everyone say auntie or uncle, or like a sweet with sweetheart, honey, and okay,
and we do that here in Newfoundland as well. We'll
okay,
we'll call. It's not unusual to be getting my change from somebody at the store
yeah,
and have them say, "Here you go, sweetie," or "Here you go, darling," or what have you. Yeah,
nice.
yeah, yeah. It's always entertaining when
Yeah.
someone from somewhere else comes here, never having experienced that, and they're completely flustered, no idea how to respond.
Are you hitting on me?
Yeah. The downside of that is when a Newfoundlander goes somewhere else. For example, when I lived in Alberta, you learn rather rapidly that people are not expecting that, and you should probably not do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a
Culture
couple of very
difference.
irate. Yeah, I had a couple of very irate incidents with women who I had no intention of hitting on, who thought I was making a pass at them, which was entertaining to say the least.
Do you want to see my wood?
I saved that one for the second date.
That was the first wood joke, fun. I have to make like counters. One wood
Yeah,
joke.
and I mean, it's one of those things with woodworkers. Maybe it's the slightly more artistic side of the trade, but we tend to be a little, not unprofessional, but a little less straight laced, I guess is the
Yeah.
best way to put it. Now, granted, I mean, I've met welders who are perfectly comfortable being profane and making all kinds of crass jokes, but you don't usually expect that from a woman who's your own age. And one of my classmates was a woman who was close to my age, and putting the two of us together in class was a bad idea because we made every single 15-year-old boy joke you could think of. Just the most puerile comedy.
That would I'm sure this was fun for you because I know
Oh
that you
yeah, no,
like.
we had a great time in school as well. So
Do you still meet her or talk to her sometimes? Like she's in Newfoundland.
she is in Newfoundland, but she's on the other side of the island, and it's unusual for us to be in contact now because we never exchanged phone numbers. We used to talk on Facebook.
Okay.
Of course, I don't use Facebook anymore, so
Okay.
it's rare that we get in touch. Every now and again, I'll send her a message though.
That's nice.
So, Monica, if you're watching, hi.
I want to say, the PewDiePie song. Hey, hey, Monica. Hey, hey, Monica. Next topic. Yeah, we can talk about that one. So, in your opinion, since woodworking is, as you stated yourself, and we will talk about that a bit in the other question I have, do we lost many of the old artisan, for example, woodworker, but also, leather worker and stuff? And is it possible to see a resurgence? Because you show me that there is quite a lot and big community and love for the craft on the internet, any kind of craft.
I think, yeah, there is definitely room for a resurgence. I think part of the reason that so many people online are fascinated by things like woodworking, welding, you name any trade that requires your hands. I think part of the reason that people are so drawn to it is because for a lot of people, it's way outside their experience. It's something
Yes.
exotic. And
Which is
as
kind
far
of
as
crazy for people, the old folks, like someone with 70, 80 years old. His whole life he's seen woodworker, wielder stuff, and now there's no one to be seen.
yeah, yeah, and that was something that I'm not quite old enough to remember when there were, say, shoemaker stores.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Um, when I was first in university in the capital city of the province, uh, if I recall correctly, there was a tobacconist shop and an actual shoemaker shop kind of next door to each other.
Yeah.
And I would occasionally go to the tobacconist to buy a cigar and go and just watch the shoemaker working because it was absolutely fascinating to me at the time
Yeah.
to watch someone working with their hands. It's something that I'd never seen. And I think that's really where a lot of the popularity of that sort of thing comes from online. As far as you were talking about, have we lost a lot of that artisanship? I don't think it's so much been lost as it's kind of been. Um, I'm not sure if the word will translate, but rarefied. It's been kind of
Yeah.
uh, sort of made arcane. It's so unusual a bit of knowledge now that it's very rare for the average person to understand what they're seeing.
Yeah.
And uh, in some ways, that's a very good thing because it does get me exposure because so few people are familiar with it. But I mean, on the other end, it's kind of a little heartbreaking that people
Yes.
are so unfamiliar with some of this stuff
You
because
talk
it's
about shoemaker store and tobacco store, and in my city in Namur in Belgium, uh, I know this city since always, like I was born there almost. Well, actually, I was born in Belgium, but in Namur, but I live in a small village like 40, 50 kilometers from here, and we went to this city like for special market, go to the cinema, uh, going to grab some McDonald's or stuff. And back in the day there was like a CD store, a video game store. There was some very specific thing in Belgium, a chocolate store and stuff like that. And now this is only food, fast food stuff. Even it's not always fast food, but it's a food stuff. And clothes shopping. There is only that in the city now. But well, back in the day there was so many stuff to do, so many different stuff to see, and to just going in a shop, walk by a little and go outside, and, oh, it was interesting, maybe I will come back later, and maybe interesting in this or that or stuff. And it's definitely not the same, and I think it's almost in every city, because there is a tobacco store just a few meters from here, but it's the only one I ever seen in my life, a
okay.
cigar
Yeah.
shop. So and it's just more like, as you said, rarefied, but also maybe shifted. It was in the normal life of people. For example, in my very small village, there was a butcher, there was a baker, and none anymore. And now it's more like an expertise thing. You have to search for it to find it.
Yeah, yeah, and because of that, it tends to raise the price of it and things like that.
Yeah,
And one of the other things I was going to point out too is
yeah.
having
Sorry
lost.
to cut you.
Go ahead.
No, no.
No, no.
I
Okay,
was.
sorry. I thought you were apologizing for interrupting me now, as opposed to earlier. You
Yeah,
didn't actually do that, but
both time.
no. One of the one of the things I was going to point out too is, like for example, I have a solid maple cutting board that I've been trying to sell for a while, and uh, the only time I posted it online, I received a response from a guy who basically said, "Oh, I can go to McDonald's." I was going to say, I can go to Walmart and buy that for $30. You can buy something like it for $30, but it will not outlast you. Like
Yeah.
the one I've made, your grandkids, if you take care of this thing properly, could be using it. Whereas the one you buy from Walmart for $30, well, that's great. Next year, go buy another one for $30.
Yeah, it's like the
And
old fridge that will outlast you and your son and your.
yeah, and part of it is that people have kind of lost uh, the idea of having treasured possessions,
Yes.
something that is to be passed down. And to be fair, I'm not the best at being sentimental. I don't have a lot of old things that I would pass down, but then again, I also don't have a lot of high quality things that I would pass
Yeah.
down. And something like a handmade chest of drawers, or a set of custom shoes, things like that. These are things that are made to last, and the problem is that a lot of people don't see the investment value in them.
Yeah.
They think, okay, well,
And the
I can pay
expertise and the
$150.
craftsmanship.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and like they'll see things like a $200 pair of bespoke shoes and go, oh, okay, I could pay $200 for a pair of shoes that will last me for 10 years, or I can pay $20 for a pair of shoes that might last me for a year. Yeah, but the thing is, if you pay $200 for something that lasts you 10 years, and those 10 years are up, you can probably take them back and get them repaired far cheaper than you would buy a new pair of shoes. So it's unfortunate that we've kind of come to a sort of a fast food society in a sense.
Yeah. And
Everyone wants it now and just good enough to get by on.
it's I'm not sure it's the correct word, but it's a culture and mindset of immediateness or fastness or something like that. You want the thing quickly, now. It's
Instant gratification.
yeah. You talk about shoes. It's one of the thing I'm not proud, but it's just what I do and what I like. I wear, sorry, like combat shoes, like Rangers, military shoes, like the big,
Okay.
not boots, but almost like Doc Martens, but even bigger and stronger. And
Okay.
the last pair of shoes that I bought, it was like in 2016, and I still wear them.
Wow.
And that's the only
And
pair
they're
of
probably
shoes.
still perfectly serviceable.
Well, no, not anymore, but I can still wear them, and that's the only pair of shoes I have, and it was like
Excuse me.
€150, and yeah,
Okay.
it's almost 10 years, and well, not 10, but 6 plus years, and there is just a crack in the leather at some point. I could make it, repair it, but I think it would be better for me to just buy a new pair of shoe, with the just new stuff that can last another like 6 or 7 years and stuff. And well, I think it's better for me, but it's still, almost the same price as I don't know, Nike or Adidas or stuff that is the same price, but you wait 6 months and it's done and done and done.
Yeah, yeah, and not to throw shade on any of these companies specifically, but a lot of this stuff is made in China by what amounts to slave
Yeah.
labor, and I've got a real issue with that. So I tend to try and encourage people to buy something local, buy something, excuse me, artisan made, and something that is, um, it's going to last, so that the money that you would spend on something like a new pair of shoes every year, maybe you can save that for something else.
Yeah.
Take yourself to go to a nice restaurant or something on an anniversary, things like that. No,
Yeah.
it's yeah.
Student of history, and hi to you, by the way. I was just, treating my dear guest here. But nice to see you. I see that you are almost every time on the Sultans and stuff. So nice to see you here. He says there is a reason why every other household item in Japan is treated as a yokai, because those two lasted long enough to have its own history to the family. And you talked, Ardent, you talked about. An item that you can have in your family and stuff for generation, like the fridge. And in a very small town near the village I lived in, there was I don't know how to say that in English, but it's a store, and like a family store where the family make knives, or cutlery or stuff like that. And
Okay.
there was specialized in knife, and I'm damn sure that you could buy a knife there and it will last, for 100 years. It was like they have their own forge and stuff, and their own their very own wood supply to make handle and stuff like that. It was a sight to see.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that would actually really interest me because I've never seen things like that being done.
Yeah.
And I've got a real interest in pretty much anything that's handcrafted. I just love to watch someone who loves what they're doing and is extremely competent doing it,
Yeah.
especially as someone who's not necessarily extremely competent with a lot of things. I've actually you've got me inspired now to have a look over here and see what I've got for things that have actually been handed down in my family.
My
The
family history is
only
in
thing
a
I've got is a
box.
spoon. Well, like I said, I'm not the sort of person who keeps a lot of sentimental stuff. I've got a few things hanging here, but nothing terribly exciting. This is a
And
pick that I
the
failed to teach myself how to play guitar with, for example.
and not to disrespect you or anything, but I think that you are from humble lineage or something like that. So
That's a very fair and generous way to put it. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
poor.
yeah. No, I didn't want to put it that way, but it's almost the same for me. And I know that it's just like we said, it is what it is, and it's just a fact that we don't have many precious stuff.
Yeah, yeah, and
The few we have, we treasure them.
yeah, absolutely. Just to show you, actually, one of the things that
Yeah,
I'm kind of
yeah,
talking about, those two earrings here. Now they're not real gold, but I think they're gold plated or something like that. But the reason that I have those in my ear is because one of my great great grandfathers, possibly another great, maybe even one more great, uh, my mother has his earrings,
yeah,
and they're pretty much, I think, 20 or 22 karat gold. They're very soft, and these have been passed through the family since he was around, and um, there's lots of stories in the family surrounding these earrings, things like that. Lots of speculation. I suspect he had them because he was a pirate. Other people say no, no, it's because he was shipwrecked twice. Well, if you're shipwrecked, you don't. Anyway, there's a lot of conjecture to be had there. But my intent is that when those earrings eventually pass into my possession, that I will have some gold added to them, and they will replace the two that are in my ear and go down, hopefully, down my family
yeah.
line.
Well, I wish you that. Yeah, it's a bit touching what you are saying, and I feel you, my man, I feel you, and this is almost the same. Well, I can't show you unfortunately, but and it's even more humble than you. It's I had a dog, and it's a long story, but to make it very very short, I loved that dog to hell, and there was a bit of problem with my mother about said dog, and she took it from me because she was a female Rottweiler, and she was just a teddy bear. I won't talk much about this dog because I will start to cry. But unfortunately, that dog passed away, and I was not there, and it was a very sad moment. But to me, this was my dog because I was the only one in the family to take care of this animal, and I
Convenient,
teach
I
her,
watch.
I teach her tricks and stuff, and I asked to get her collar, and that collar was, a metal chain. Was a strangler thing. I don't know how to say that in English.
Choke chain, I think they call
Yeah,
it.
because Rottweiler, it's not a
Yeah.
normal dog, so she didn't choke to shit. It was
No, no. See, you've got that backwards. Rottweilers are the normal sized dogs. It's
yeah,
everything
yeah,
smaller that's wrong.
yeah. And
Yeah, I'm from Newfoundland, man. We breed big dogs here,
yeah, I
basically. So
hate small dogs, and as you said, a thing that is almost the size of your hand is not a dog.
no, no.
This
If it
is a
can go in a
flea.
purse, it's well, not to be insulting to your personal taste in pets, but once they get smaller than something that can actually bite you and do harm, it's no longer a dog, it's a cat in a dog suit.
Yeah. And you know, about the chain, this was such a choke color, and I could wear this as a chain to my oh fuck English, my wallet, and
Oh yeah.
I did that, and everyone said, "Oh, you do that because it's a metal look biker stuff." No, it's just my dog,
No.
and this is a prized possession to me.
Yeah, and I've got a very few prized possessions. Like one of the things I have back here is a set of Muslim prayer beads. One of
Yeah.
my friends gave me, and I mean that really matters to me. This was an engagement ring
Yeah.
that I gave someone. There's a tiny piece of wood here that actually came out of one of my first projects that I turned into a necklace, which is currently sitting there.
Yeah.
Everything kind of matters. None of it is super important. Like if there was a fire, I wouldn't touch any of that. I'd get out the door, sort of thing. But memories that are attached to it are far more important than the
Yeah.
items themselves.
And even more when there is like craftsmanship and sturdiness, and that's something that can last. And hello Trim, nice to see you here. And yeah, no
Hello,
worries.
Trim.
Go to bed in your boat. By the way, I will give you the range of moderation, Alden, so you can post link and eat derange people.
The Trim is leaving already, though.
I know it. I know it. Is it because
it's a saltwater thing?
Is it
it's a saltwater thing, man.
Is it because he's on a boat and you have a pirate ancestor?
something like that, yeah. No,
it's
definitely a saltwater rivalry thing.
I have a need to record the boat. But yeah, and, it's funny because you said that you have a Muslim beads, and you are not Muslim.
No, but I very nearly was at one point.
Oh.
Yeah, I spent quite a lot of time associating with a very, very friendly group of Muslims. And I mean, they were fine people as far as I was concerned. At the time, I was an atheist. I'm an atheist again now. But I was pretty much this close. I was actually learning the Shahada and studying Arabic a little bit, and got having a discussion about some of the food prescriptions. The alcohol thing I could live with. The pork thing, it was going to be a struggle for that,
yeah,
for sure.
pork are good.
Yeah, but then we came to a discussion about dogs.
Yeah,
and they said, "Oh no, dogs are absolutely haram," and the Muslim idea of dogs is that they're evil and dirty. And I just went, "I'm sorry, I can't be a Muslim. I'm half dog. I was raised by dogs, basically." There's no way that I could.
Have a nice night, Trim, and thank you for coming by.
Take it easy, Trim. Have a good night.
Yeah. Yeah, I say he's not derailed, he's sunk.
There you go.
But yeah, I have the same thing as you. You know, dogs. It's the old saying, we don't deserve dog. We definitely don't.
That's true. Yeah.
It's dogs, just magical. The thing dogs have for human. I don't know. It's how, why. It's
Yeah, one of the things I absolutely love is that the science around how dogs came to be so closely associated with humans has shifted a little bit in, I think, the last decade or so. And they've basically come around to the idea that we didn't actually domesticate dogs. Dogs basically walked into camp and went, "Feed me." And we went, "Yeah, okay, hang out."
Yeah, but it was not, the pug or the chihuahua or the
No, it very much was not the pug or the chihuahua. Oh God, you imagine a chihuahua trying to defend a garbage heap?
Yes, Rim, you do. You float perfectly well. And the thing is, because to come back to that again, coming back about woodworking, I know it's not the same, but going in the forest, taking an axe and chop a tree, it was better if you had a dog.
Oh, certainly, yeah. I mean, here in Newfoundland, the dog was basically your cart horse.
Yeah,
Uh,
and your
if you
protection
if you
also.
Yeah, very much. Well, most dogs, they're the early warning system more than the protection, but depending on the breed, they will definitely help. A Newfoundland dog, for instance, has a very unusual protective instinct, whereas many dogs, a Labrador, for example, both of which from my province, thank you very much, uh, but a Labrador will attack, will proactively go after something. A Newfoundland, when it's in protection mode, actually puts itself between whatever it perceives to be a threat and whatever it's protecting.
Yeah.
And plus, they'll haul you out of the water if you're drowning,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or if you're just swimming. Sometimes.
Yeah. Uh, are you sinking, master? I will
I'm okay.
save
I'm okay. It
you.
doesn't matter. You're going ashore anyway,
Yeah.
bud.
Water not good.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, yeah, we don't deserve dogs, and
No, absolutely.
so to finish about the price possession and craftsmanship and stuff, and um, it's if it's done well, something a woodworker make for you, even just a stupid cutting board, not that is not stupid, but you know what I mean. It's
I know what you mean. Yeah, just a simple
it's
cutting board. Yeah.
it's something that is craft made. It's an expertise. It's efficiency, sturdiness. It's there is no price for that.
Mm, there is, because generally a good craftsman knows to ask what he's worth.
Yeah,
But part of the problem is that
it's something
kind
we
of the reverse
lost.
of that. Yeah, yeah, the reverse of that is kind of like this guy who told me, "Oh, I can get something like that for $30 at Walmart." He's not understanding the value of the craftsmanship that goes into something. And it's a real shame that that has been lost, in my opinion.
Yeah, but to come back with the analogy of the cutting board, there is so much
Mhm.
and so many cutting board you can have, in plastic or even metal or I don't know, and it's cheap, it's $10 or I don't know, just throwing number out of my head, and if you ask a woodworker to make it, it will be studied, it will be coated or I don't know whatever you can do with a cutting board. It will be perfectly made if you are a professional and someone with good intent, if you can put it that way, and it will last, yeah, 100 years.
Well, yeah, the cutting board that I have, properly taken care of, could easily last 100 years.
And a plastic one, how many years?
Let's see. The last plastic one I used, I think I got about 3 months out of it, and then I ended up cutting. What did I cut on it? Stained it. Red onion, I think. Ended up
Yeah,
staining it so badly I had to get rid of it. Or carrots probably.
yeah, and the one with plastic, it's you scratch it and piece of plastic get into the meal, and you have the fine plastic film onto the thing, and it's a mess, it's a mess.
Yeah, and one of the things with me too is if I'm chopping, say, herbs or whatever, if I'm doing that on a plastic surface, I'm not really comfortable with it. I would far rather have wood, because if I end up accidentally ingesting a piece of wood, it's going to be a lot healthier than accidentally ingesting a piece of plastic.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, get yourself a wood plastic board, wood cutting board.
If
um
you no, I
yeah.
was just going to shill.
Oh yeah, speaking about that, I'm sure that a cutting board is I'm not even sure, but is it something that a beginner can do, a cutting board?
It was in fact a beginner project that I did
Okay.
in my course,
And
and generally it is a good place to start because it gives you a fundamental for like the one that I did. If you know what a butcher's block looks like, it's basically that style. But what you do is you take a plank of wood and you slice it
yeah,
and reverse every other one so that the grain goes in different directions, and that gives it much greater stability. The reason that you want to do something small like that for your first project is to give you an idea of the fundamentals of the mechanics of working with
yeah,
wood. Um, One of the welding students came in to follow what I was doing one day while he was on a break, and watching what I was doing, he was amazed that I did certain things certain ways. And he said, you know, if that was metal, you wouldn't have to do it that way. And I enjoyed very much turning to him and saying, well, yeah, but I work with wood. That's a kind of magic.
I'm Freddie Mercury, man. But yeah, speaking
Oh
about
yeah.
that, why I asked that is because there is a cost of this craft, both financially and educationally, like time, teaching, and stuff. And you can't, well, you can that with almost everything, but there is a limit to improvise yourself a craftsman. So there is
Yeah.
teaching
There is a point where
yeah,
there is a point where being self-taught kind of you run into a wall. Well, not necessarily even a wall, because a lot of the techniques we use, someone had to come up with them at some
of
point in the
course.
past. But the good thing about formalized education in a trade is that it teaches you how to do things without having to go through those steps of trial and error, which can be extremely costly.
Yeah. And so, workers with that, how did you learn that? What is the importance of school? Is there something on the internet that can provide the same expertise and the value of the knowledge? Yeah, explain us a bit about that.
Well, when it comes to I mean, the internet is a wonderful, wonderful resource, but there is no substitute for getting your hands onto something and doing it yourself. When it comes to some of the techniques I use, actually the flute, when I was working on that flute, a couple of the techniques that I used, I actually did learn from watching a couple of internet videos.
Yeah.
Uh, but it was, I think it made a big difference for me that I had the formal education and the experience ahead of that, so that I understood exactly what the process was. Um, I mean, when it comes to the internet, there are loads and loads of channels that have some form of educational content. In a sense, I suppose mine is somewhat educational.
Mm.
So that's not really my the
You
thrust
you
of
you
mine.
say mine's like the social media?
No, not mine. The my channel.
Oh,
I
okay,
mean,
okay, okay, okay.
yeah. The thrust of my channel is not so much education as to show the value of the craftsmanship, to encourage people to actually look at a trade as a vocation. Um, for
Yeah, and there
myself,
is so
and
many.
I do apologize because I am going to slip slightly into the politics
Yeah,
here,
go ahead.
but there is so much. I'm trying to phrase it in a way that's not particularly inflammatory.
Yeah, because I
But
don't want
there's
to lose my channel, please.
oh no, I won't say anything that'll cost you your channel. I swear. There is so much political influence is probably the best way to put it in the university and college system,
Yeah.
especially what's called higher education, which isn't things like tradesmanship or craftsmanship. Uh, that really and the value that was placed on it has been overblown over the years to the point that you will get people with bachelor degrees flipping burgers at McDonald's because
Yes.
there's just so many people in a specific field.
Or people with, very high bachelor and university paper that sleep in a car in the parking lot.
Yeah, and I've actually met somebody who does that. Poor
Yeah.
bastard. But
This is so tragic when you see the state of their life. I watch, sorry to cut you, but this is something that touched
go
me
ahead.
very much. I watched a few documentaries about that people live in parking lot. They have like 2 or 3 jobs and they go, like in school or gymnasium to take shower at like 5 a.m. because this is open, but there is no one guarding the place. And they have just the time to take a quick shower before going to another job interview or stuff. And the car just filled to the brim with everything, suit, paper, food. It's not a mess because you can see that these people take care of the car. It's not, dirty or filthy or anything, but the life is in the car and it's just heartbreaking.
And I mean, something like a university degree, if it doesn't empower you to have a job immediately, and if the market is not there for you to get a job immediately, you're kind of stuck.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do something like welding or woodworking or pretty much any trade,
Plumber.
even if, sorry?
Plumbering, plumber,
Plumber.
yeah,
Yeah. There's always call for plumbers,
yeah,
electricians. I mean, people are always building houses. Even carpentry, which isn't the same as cabinet making by any means.
yeah.
And dear God, do I ever get fed up when people say it is. But um, if you've got a trade, it doesn't matter if there's no work in a specific area. You can start your own business, and
Yes.
you have all the knowledge
This is
that
the
you need to
opportunity
start
to
your own
make your
business.
own business.
Exactly, yeah. And that's kind of what I'm doing. Every dollar I get, I'm stretching like crazy. Part of the reason I'm doing the YouTube is because I just am not right now able to make a living doing
It's funny because
just woodworking.
you're talking, about the job opportunity, making your own business and stuff, and it's remind me of movie that the story take place like in the 70s or 80s or even 60s sometimes, and there is like a doctor who came to town, and there is like no doctor, or there is a one that is growing old, they can't do his job anymore, and this is his opportunity to take the whole town. And this is the
Yeah,
same as you talking about, like a cabinet maker, or a plumber or an electrician. If he is in a place with no competition, it's just open bar.
yeah, and it used to be that way.
Yeah.
Well, it probably still is somewhat more. Like my perception of Europe is that the value of craftsmanship is still somewhat higher than it is here in North America.
I don't
And
know.
okay, yeah, and it tends to be here that people tend to view uh, an artisan or a craftsman as someone who is employed by the hilariously, fabulously rich. Not the case at all. It's just that the perception of affordability is part of the problem. Kind of goes to the cutting board thing again. If you're living essentially paycheck to paycheck, $30 for a cutting board once a year might be more doable than 200 for 20 or 30 years, for example.
Mm.
It's I can understand where someone comes from in that case. Uh, but well, I've kind of lost my train of thought there, unfortunately.
Uh,
Sorry.
I spoke about, the opportunity to make your own business in a town like the doctor in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, and I mean, and it isn't necessarily even uh, like here. There's not a lot of call for cabinet makers in this area, but just because there's no call for a cabinet maker doesn't mean I can't make some sort of a business and do things like crafting or making flutes if I could
Yeah,
get that to work.
like you do in your live stream sometimes, you take, your chainsaw, or I don't know, and you go outside and people can see you making stuff, and you told that you explain a few times that sometime people come to you and say, "Oh, what are you doing?" Or, "Ah, I know that you are a woodworker," and you can from mouth to ear try to start something. It's at least a beginning.
Word of mouth, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
more word of mouth, sorry. And it's
Yeah,
something.
and word of mouth is the absolute best advertising there
Yeah.
is.
And it's something. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I've gotten a couple of really small jobs from people walking by the shop, or well, I call it the shop. It's just a shed, but I've had people walk by and see that I'm working on something. Actually, the last time I did part of a live stream outdoors, one of the neighbors had seen me working and had come down and asked me about fixing a table, which isn't
That's
really what I
something.
do, but it was, yeah, it's something. What they were really looking for was just advice, but I was happy to give it. So
Yeah, and it's a way to start your business. I exist. I am here. I'm open because
yeah, I'm
this is
freaking
something.
here.
Yeah, and this is
Employ me.
and this is the attitude, man. Because this is something hate and despise with my whole being in Europe, Belgium, France, and there is no spirit of entrepreneurship. And I hate that because you said, starting your own business in a city, blah 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 blah. And I've watched, well, I'm not expert, but I've seen that old artisan that were in a way self-employed. Today they are in a company, like I don't know. You spoke about a plumber. This is not a plumber with his own name and house and enterprise, and he is employed with a third-party stuff that work with someone, and it's like a big net of different job. There is an electrician, there is a plumber, there is a this and that and this and that, and they handle like 15 different building of
Okay, so that's
apartment.
that's probably like a maintenance business.
Yeah, and there is a lot of stuff like that with someone that can do like three or three different jobs, but it's not an expert, and they try to cut costs, and this is maybe one of the lead to the loss of old artisanship.
Partly, yeah. An artisan or a craftsman is definitely a specialist, and specialization, if the market does not support it, is definitely going to cause you problems.
Yeah.
In just to relate that to my own situation, part of the reason I want to get into somewhere like Texas or Florida
Yeah,
is
we are
because
trans Texan, guys. We are
we are in
trans
fact
Texan.
trans-Texan. But part of the reason, which is completely divorced from any of my political leanings, is the fact that in a place like Texas or a place like Florida, someone who has my skills is going to be in demand because there are regular uh, and I hate to sound like I want to profit from these, but there are regular disasters, tornadoes, hurricanes,
Yeah,
floods, and people need to employ someone with skills like mine to rebuild.
to
And
to make
I am,
stuff.
yeah. Well, yeah, and I mean, part of the reason I would like a job like that is because I know that if I'm doing that sort of work, I'm contributing to helping someone get their life back.
Yes.
That really makes a difference to
And
me.
if there is a flood or a tornado or stuff, something that you make can survive. This is not a certainty,
Uh,
but it's a
uh,
possibility.
Yeah, that's true. However, if, for example, say the cutting board I'm talking about were subjected to the forces within a tornado, I would be terrified to have that hit someone.
Yes. But with the plastic thing, it's shattered in 1 million piece.
Well, the problem with the plastic thing is it might cut through you, whereas the
Yeah.
cutting board that I made might just knock you over.
This is better.
Well, yeah, yeah,
And if you
wood
find it,
is
oh,
wood
it's
is superior to plastic in all
and
applications.
if you find it, oh, it's still whole, I can use it again.
Pretty much, yeah.
So, joke aside, this is true, and if you make, like a shed, of if you make, I don't know, oh fuck, I don't know the same name in English. Oh fuck, Google Translate, help me. uh,
All right, in French, there's
if
always a
you
chance I'll know it.
if you make a cupboard, it can maybe survive in opposition to something that IKEA make.
Yeah, yeah. If it's made by IKEA, you've got to treat it very gently. Whereas something like, if, for example, the desk I'm sitting at is basically an IKEA built desk, if I was having some sort of problem and needed to kick this desk over to get away from it in a hurry, for example, say my computer burst into flames or something, the moment I kick it, it's destroyed. It's
Yeah.
going to be useless. If it had been something I had built, knowing me, the way I build things, I tend to build them a little beefier than they necessarily need to be,
This is the way.
and this is the way. And I know very well that if I kick this thing over, the monitor's done, the laptop is done, the mic is probably done, the camera's probably done. I can just tip the table back over and keep using it.
And if you kick your desk, you will hurt yourself.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be more effort required to knock over something I built.
In one way, you will disappointed that you don't have enough force to kick the shit of it. In the other way, you are proud. Yeah, this is sturdy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, being a heavy guy, if I build furniture, I want to build something I can sit on
Yeah.
and not have to be concerned that it's going to break. So there's that.
Yeah, this is the old saying, like if you punch yourself and you knock yourself out, are you proud or sad?
Well, it's going to be a little bit of both, obviously. That's a pretty good expression, though. I like that.
Well, but speaking about desk and keyboard and stuff, another fun question: what are to you the best piece of woodworking ever created? I remember an old meme of a specific stair in a church. I will try to say it the best way possible. A Loreto chapel staircase that apparently is not supposed to be still standing. Have you heard of that specific thing?
I haven't heard of it before. I think you may have referenced it before while we were talking, but I've never heard of it.
I will give you a
But
link of the thing.
sure.
Uh, there is even a website about the thing.
Oh, okay.
It's a staircase that is 360 degrees in a spiral.
Okay, yeah. Uh, just thinking about structures. I mean,
I will give the link to the chat as well.
yeah, there's a lot of different structures that are made of wood that, I mean, they last and last. Notre Dame, the ceiling in Notre Dame was wood
Yeah, well, the cathedral,
until it burned down.
yeah, and there is a big kerfuffle about that because there is not enough tree still standing with this wood to redo the thing again.
Yeah, I think it was an issue of the age of the trees would not be capable of supporting it without doing some form of
Yeah,
composition or lamination. Yeah,
I'm no expert.
it's a gorgeous staircase.
Yeah, and it's very very old, and yeah, it's not supposed to work. Apparently, there is
Two
like
360-degree turns and no visible means of support. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't expect something like this to be built with nails anyway.
but still, this is
And they don't know who built it. That's amazing.
you didn't know about that thing?
I did not know. Completed in 1878.
Yeah, so the thing is like
Started in 1878, rather.
completed, yeah. It's like 150 years, and the thing is
Yeah.
still perfectly functional. There is something to say about.
I have to read this sentence because it's so wonderful. The ninth and final day of prayer, a man appeared at the chapel with a donkey and a toolbox asking for work. That is awesome. I love that.
You know, it's like in Warcraft 3. Where did you work?
Oh, wow.
And the funny thing is that in you know there is something to say and something to see about chapel and cathedral and stuff. I'm no believer. I'm no Christian. I'm no nothing. And to be honest, I don't really believe in God. I'm an agnostic, so there is room to I don't know, but there is also room to that's bullshit. So. But
Yeah.
I respect everyone beliefs and stuff. It's just for me, and but
Yeah,
still,
and I mean, like I say, I'm an atheist as well. So I mean, as far as I'm concerned, atheist and agnostic are essentially the same thing. I just don't
there
believe in
is a
God because I'm not
nuance.
convinced.
But
Yeah.
okay, it's fair enough. And but the thing about cathedral and chapel and so this is works of wonder.
Yeah, they're absolutely beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, even when I was growing up, even the woodwork in the tiny little church in the town of less than 100 people that I grew up in. Actually, it was less than 200. It's less than 100 now. But Even the woodwork in that church was absolutely spectacular. Every single seam, every single joint, it was all perfect.
Do you have
And
in Canada or Newfoundland? Because we have that in Belgium and France, but I think more in Belgium. There is, like it's not even a chapel or I don't know. It's just almost like um, a big house structure to have like 3 or 4 or 5 people top, and there is like a Mary to pray and stuff, and there is nothing more, but there is still piece of wonder in this weird place. I don't know how to explain that, but
would you call that something like a shrine, maybe?
yeah, something like that. But there is a place,
Okay.
you can sit, there is a bench, there is something, there is a candle to lit and stuff, but there is still,
Yeah,
art.
that's
It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
yeah,
And to
that's
believe
that's
that,
not really something the climate of Newfoundland would have allowed for.
yeah, and there is something to, can conscientiously understand that there is someone that built this small stuff for people to go, and even it's small, it's just beautiful, and there is like a altruism in it, to offer something for people to gather and to pray and to communicate or communion with God and stuff. And there is always place for art in this place, and there is always, you know, they do this shit for people to appreciate and to wonder and contemplate. It's there's something about that, man. And as you say, it's like people take care of their craft, and they try to do their best, and every joint, every nail, every whatever the fuck, they did it to make something as best as they could. This is like
Yeah,
peak artisanship.
yeah, and part of that too is, you're not necessarily making something for yourself. You're making something that's intended
Yes.
to outlast you.
Yeah.
And uh like it's that memento mori concept.
Yeah.
Like that you should plant a tree that you will never sit in the shade of. That sort of thing. Uh you're like talking about that shrine, for example. The guy who built that, or the men who built that, more likely than not, they knew that it would be something that would be in the future. Now, they may not have realized how long in the future it may have lasted,
Yeah.
but
Or even people in the future will go to.
yeah, yeah. And while they were building it, their thought wasn't, oh, how long will this last? It was, let's make this last as long as possible.
Yeah.
And that's one of the principles that I try to do with my woodwork is, not to make something that's going to fulfill just the client's needs, but that will be there potentially for the client's children,
Yeah.
grandchildren, great grandchildren,
And there is
right?
something to it, and we talked a bit about it in the past. Is woodworking an art or not? There is argument for, there is arguments against, and this is either way. This is something that me as a writer and you as a woodworker, we can connect, because my book, I do them the best I can, and believe me, this is the best I can. Even sometimes I'm a bit lazy, but it's not nothing. But still, in the end, I do the best I can. I don't want to scam people. I don't want to be lazy. I don't. This is something sacred, and
Yeah, you want to give people the best that you can give them.
yes, and
Yeah, I
you
understand that
do the
that
same.
urge completely. Yeah, absolutely. Excuse me. And yeah, I mean, it's the same thing when I'm doing the YouTube. That principle is still there. I still try to do the best job I possibly can. For example, I've started working with thumbnails. Leave me alone, Disco.
Sometimes I wonder who bother you the most about that, me, Bezek, or Disco. Maybe the three
Oh
of
no,
us.
I think it's the female harassment that did it the worst.
Damn female.
Yeah. But it well, I mean that's an evolutionary imperative right there.
Yeah,
So
this is
yeah,
tough love, man.
yeah, and you know, I appreciate it and I understand it, and I've done the same thing to other people who I know can do other things or can do more than they do, and I do try to encourage people to, even on YouTube when I'm doing my work, I try to encourage people to fulfill their potential to the best that they can.
And to get back to the question about, you know, the best piece of work you witness, which you would be your pick? Not even just one, but a few that came to mind.
Oh God, Big Ben. A significant portion of the internal structure of Big Ben was made of wood originally.
I didn't know that.
Um, um, it's like the White House was significantly constructed of wood internally. Yes, some British Canadians may have actually burned parts of it down, but that's beside the point. um, but I mean, there are. It's a mind-boggling array of options, really. But I mean, even something simple like a wooden frame that was built for something for Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
I mean, something as um, not simple, but something as
And
unobtrusive, something that you don't really notice.
I think the first plane attempt were made of wood.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, I think they made it out of pine first. I'd have to check that to be absolutely sure, because I know they use a lot of teak, and I can't even remember what the thing was called now.
It was something to witness the evolution of the man attempting to fly. The first plane, the first, you know, the thing that flap its wing. It.
Yeah, oh, yeah, some of those old ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Wright Flyer. So what was that made of?
And you know there were
Design of
one with
construction.
a big whirly turny thing. I don't know what to call that. It was a wood with you know, like
Huh.
cotton or I don't know, cloth, and this was supposed to, you know, to stabilize the plane and
The first the Wright Flyer, which was the first plane that they flew, was made of spruce and ash, which
oh
are actually surprisingly heavy woods. Spruce is not terrible. Spruce is a fairly soft wood. Most of what is grown in Newfoundland is spruce.
yeah.
But ash tends to be fairly dense and fairly heavy.
So
So it's surprising that they got off the ground as well as they did.
this thing flew for you know
Yeah,
for
this was the original Kitty Hawk plane, the one that the Wright brothers flew.
yeah, okay, with success, you
So
know, they
yeah, I
land and
guess
stuff and everything.
yeah, yeah, I think I would say that's probably one of the best feats of woodworking that I've heard of. we'll, we'll go with that one. Somebody managed to make a plane to fly for the very first time
Yeah.
out of wood.
Yeah, this is a feat, the feat to be beat still to this day.
Yeah, and those guys, if I recall correctly, they were making bicycles. So they
I
were
don't
probably
know,
making bicycles out of wood.
but now I can answer, does wood fly? Yes.
Yes, it does. If you throw it hard enough, any piece of wood will fly. Actually, the first time you mentioned that question to me, it did occur to me one of the things that I thought was the most amazing thing that was made out of wood: wheels, especially wagon wheels.
Yeah,
The old style wagon wheel that you would see in the Western movies.
yeah.
That sort of wheel is an amazing innovation,
Can
because
you
you've got a piece of wood that's been curved around to be or carved to be round and hold a weight and roll for, in some cases, thousands of kilometers. That's impressive.
yeah, and even just plain barrel, it's
Yeah,
amazing. That thing is sealed. This does not leak. It's
yeah.
just
The
wood
technology in a
and
barrel is actually really fascinating,
yeah,
at
it's
least to
still
me.
it amazes me. It's like, why, how, uh,
How? Yeah, how is always the question.
liquid and wood does not go well.
Yeah. How the hell does that work?
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, now that you explain it a bit more, it's fascinating that yes, a piece of wood could be used to wall and does not break and is even and it's yeah. Now to think
Well,
about that, it's amazing.
and just to bring one of my other favorite YouTubers into it, Shadiversity.
Yeah,
I mean, one of the things he's most fond of is stick,
yeah. Stick
right?
is the best.
Yeah. But and one of my future planned projects, if I can ever get my hand on a proper one, so that I can copy it, is to make a taiaha, which is a New Zealand Maori weapon,
Oh,
which is made of a wood dense enough that you can actually essentially make a sword out of it. It won't necessarily cut, but it becomes a very, very dangerous sort of impact weapon because of the physics involved in the shape of it.
is it like the Makwahitil? The Aztec
It's
weapon.
similar to the McWaddle, yeah.
Yeah,
The difference is that the McWaddle or the McWeedle,
yeah.
I don't know. It's an
The
Aztec word. I
Aztec
can't
thing,
pronounce it
yeah.
well. Yeah,
It's
but
stone.
yeah, the difference there is that they use flakes of obsidian
Yeah.
attached to wood to make the weapon, whereas a taiaha, and I'll just send you an image of one.
And
Uh,
some Makwetl were made of stone or something that is quite brittle and it was still efficient to cut and fuck how to say that, to tear, but it was a bit fragile and the weapon could break. But it was still efficient as fuck. But yeah.
let me see if I can find a good image of a taiaha here. That's a short one. It's kind of a no. That's not a great choice. There we are. That's a good one. Okay, I'll just put that in our Discord chat here. If I can get that to. There we are. Okay, so that is, and you did say something about giving me a wrench, so I should be able to throw that in there now as
But
well.
even a plain stupid club is
Oops,
still efficient.
there we go. Yes. Well, I mean, that was basically probably one of the first manufactured weapons that humans used was a club
Yeah,
because you could get a stick, but you might have something that was twisted
yeah.
and branchy and nubby and not really comfortable to hold. So the very first thing you would do would be take a tool that you had made and knock parts of it off, which basically was the first bit of woodworking.
Yeah, and a very well-made club, with heavy piece on the very top and the end of the weapon, is damn scary. Because
Oh yeah,
the
yeah.
shock and the concussion, you can break bones and skull. Oh man, some weapon of the Aztec, some weapon of the how you say, the New Zealand stuff guy.
Maori.
Yeah, they use club and they were scary.
Oh yeah, yeah. And just to tie it into pop culture a little bit, uh, and you mentioned Blade a while ago. Um, there should be nothing more terrifying to a vampire than a woodworker's shop,
Yeah.
other than possibly a silversmith's.
Yeah. Depending on the law and the universe, because some of them just don't care, but the very
Yeah,
classic old one, yeah, they don't want.
yeah. I'm firmly of the belief that if I ram a wooden stick through something's heart, it's going to fall down.
Yeah.
It
Normally,
doesn't matter
it
whether it's a
should.
vampire or not.
To continue about the work of wonder and stuff, to your stuff, what is your best piece of work to this day? What are you the most proud of that you made?
Um,
Not the
the
flute?
one of the pieces. No, not the flute. Not yet. I'm getting there. No, I would say the piece that I'm most proud of is a table that I sold to a fellow in Kentucky, uh, which was made of poplar and walnut, and uh, the the thing I'm most proud about that is the way that I managed to inject kind of the artistic side of woodworking into it. The pieces of walnut that I had used had come from a plank where the heart and sapwoods were overlapped. With a lot of trees, what you'll see is the outer layers of wood are lighter than the very core, and usually the core, the heartwood, is what's used for most furniture. Uh, because the piece I had selected happened to have this really nice border between the sapwood and the heartwood, I used that section of wood for the legs for the front. Excuse me, for the front of the table, and combined with the light and dark of the poplar and the walnut. Sorry, it really was a very dramatic looking table, and I was really proud of the work I did on that.
Do you have some
So I would say
picture?
that's for gods, I might.
If
I
you
think that was
don't,
on my I think that was on my Facebook, and I don't know if I even have access to that anymore.
well, it would be
Uh,
nice to show it.
Let me think. Where else might it be? Give me just a minute. Ask me another question so I can talk while I'm looking for
Yeah.
it.
And you speak of the artistry of woodworking, and what did you do exactly with that regarding art stuff in woodworking?
With that table specifically, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you have to select the piece of wood you're going to use very carefully, uh, because you need to make sure you don't have any flaws or errors that you have to take care of. Um, oh goodness, excuse me. I swear I know where I had this at one point. um, Probably in there somewhere.
I know
Where
it's
did I?
there, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's okay. There we are. I found it. Here it is. That's actually a good picture to use. Now, can I get that to open? Come on, you can do it. I know it's just an HP, but good computer, I swear. But one of the things, and I can explain it a lot easier once I have this picture. Copy. There we are. Okay. Copy that. Close that. Hmm.
Boomer
Okay,
Ardent
so,
again.
oh yeah, no, forever. That's not working now. Of course it's not. Upload a file. Let's just do it on Discord. I know where it is now, so that's going to make it a lot faster to find it the second time. There. Okay. So this image here, that's the table I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Uh, I don't know if you're going to be showing that on stream or not. If you
I
are, it'll
will
make it a lot easier to explain it. Uh,
I will give the link in the chat, and I will also
okay.
I will show for the people in the fuck YouTube, because I'm not sure that the the replay will be able to go to the chat again.
Okay.
So yes, I will show you the table.
Okay then. This is actually going to be a lot easier to do because I can talk about the heartwood, the poplar, the colors
Yeah.
and things while we've got this on screen.
So
So,
once again, 1 second, please. Oh fuck, sorry. Up there.
okay, here I am trying not to swear, and you start swearing immediately when you start talking to yourself.
Yeah. So here's the table. So yeah, explain to us.
Okay, so if you look at the two legs that are facing the camera here,
Yeah.
you can see very sharp delineations in color between
Yeah.
light and dark on the
Yes.
vertical surfaces. That's all one piece of wood.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what it is, the lighter color is the heartwood, the lighter color is the sapwood, and the darker color is the heartwood.
Yeah.
And then the skirting, which is the kind of the central piece across there, the lighter color, that's actually poplar. And something I didn't realize, and you can kind of see it in this picture. I wish I'd used a flash because that would have been a lot clearer. But on the bottom right of the skirt on the
Yeah.
face, you can see how that looks kind of grayish.
Yeah.
That's actually purple if you were there in person.
Oh.
And not just like a purple-ish, it's actually very purple. The problem is that in selecting the wood so that that purple would be visible, I was informed by the instructor that once the sun hits that, that's going to be gone in about 2 weeks.
Oh.
It's one of those really heartbreaking
It's like
secrets that you learn sometimes.
it's like you know the art of flower. You know, this is an ephemeral thing.
It is, yeah, and that's one of the real. Actually, there is another piece that I'm very proud of that I actually have behind me that I'll grab in just a second. But
Yeah, if you want to show stuff on camera, go ahead.
okay. But yeah, with that table, that is probably one of the pieces that I am most proud of because I made it to be sold, and it's serving a purpose. As far as
Can you
go ahead.
tell us the price that you ask, or do you prefer to keep it for yourself?
I would prefer to keep it
Okay,
to myself,
no problem.
but I will share that it was significant.
Okay.
Not $1,000 or anything, but it was definitely
And
a pricey item.
what is the measurement, you know, the size?
That was roughly 3 feet across, 3.5 feet high, and 16 inches, 18 inches deep.
Yeah.
Let me see. Doing the
So
conversion, that would
it's
be about.
it's like a table for
Go ahead.
one person.
Yeah, it's a side table basically.
Okay. Because when you say table, I have like, you know, the banquet table, 50 meters long.
I wasn't building anything for Putin to sit at. No.
Or a Viking leader.
Yeah. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Should be this one. This one.
A stick.
That's my talking stick. No, one of the things that I absolutely love is martial arts, and
Oh yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
old European martial arts, especially. And one of the things that I've noticed over the years is that you don't get a lot of really high quality practice swords.
Yes.
And just to get this into shot completely is going to be a challenge. Actually, probably an impossibility. But okay, that's not too bad. But basically, what this is intended to be is the European equivalent of a bokken. I've actually got one of those here as well. Let me just
Bokken
reach
is
back here again.
the Japanese sword thing.
This guy.
Yeah, okay.
And this is a lot easier to get on camera because I can get the whole thing in fairly simply. Now, this is one that I purchased to use as the pattern for this. And it's very cheap.
Can you tell us the price of the one you purchased?
That was about $40 Canadian, so
Okay.
25, 30 euro, something like that.
Yeah.
It was extremely cheap. It was the cheapest thing on Amazon, basically. But the idea had been, and this is something else that I screwed up just a little bit on, partly because of the material, partly because of my experience. But my intent had been to create something that could be impact capable or a practice item. But the wood that I selected is white birch, which is fairly rare here in Newfoundland, and turns out to be significantly softer than I expected. The one time that this piece was placed in contact with another piece, which was actually that bokken, which is made of oak and significantly harder.
Yeah, oak is strong.
It is very strong. Yeah, let me just see if I can find the dent again. Oh, there it is. There is a fairly tiny.
You made it to use it.
Yeah, my intention had been to essentially create a sort of new type of practice sword for historical European martial arts.
Yeah.
EMA or AMA,
But
depending on
what I meant was you didn't make that to just be shown and, you know,
oh God, no.
Yeah, not a decoration.
No,
it was
this
a
was
practice
intended
thing.
to be used.
Yeah.
This was intended to be used and very much abused. Unfortunately, because the wood that I selected to make it with, it's not capable of sustaining that kind of work. So this is essentially a practice piece or a display piece, which, I mean, personally, I think it's absolutely gorgeous, but I'm a little biased. I made it.
Yeah.
But
I had
yeah,
I had the
this
same
is
problem when I had the Warhammer miniature. You know, I painted. This is magnificent, and it was a piece of ugly shit. But I was
well,
proud of it.
absolutely. And okay, just a second. This is actually something that someone failed to pay me for.
Oh,
You still hear me?
not cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This was a piece of alder. Mountain ash is the proper name for it. You can see the color variation in it.
Yeah.
And that sort of grayish space there that kind of looks like mold and actually isn't. That's mineralization in the wood. Someone had contracted with me to make what amounted to a cosplay version of Harry Dresden's staff and blasting rod, and
Yeah.
they had given me the measurements they wanted, which is what I made it to. And when I contacted them to see what symbols they wanted carved in it,
Yeah.
they ghosted me. So unfortunately, that's now just a glorified walking stick at this point. But
That's not
again,
cool.
it's something that, well, you know, it is what it is. It didn't cost me anything to get it. It didn't cost me anything to do the work. Well, beyond the labor, but
It is what it is.
it is what it is. Yeah. I'm having a hard time hearing you. I think I may have pulled a cord somewhere.
Ah. You've boomed again.
I did very much. You still hear me?
Yes, and you?
Okay. Yeah, because you're probably getting my mic here now. What in the name of all that's holy? Okay, I think I'm back in my ears.
Hey, do you hear me?
I can hear you, but
There is an echo.
Okay,
A
just
bit.
1 second. Let me.
I think you change an output somewhere. So you can see that Ardent is a big boomer. And I will tell Disco about it.
Nope, that's not working.
Ah, that's better.
Yeah, it's actually not transmitting from the device I was going to use, so just as well for me to take these.
I don't hear you. Damn Ardent. Damn Canadian. I can't hear you. I don't hear anything. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the event of the live stream.
Okay, how about now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good enough. We'll
We'll
make
go
do
with
this for now.
that.
Yeah, I think I actually might have pulled the cord apart leaning over. Yeah, that's significantly looser than it used to be.
Did you broke it?
Oh well. Well, it was a $30 headset. I'm not too concerned.
You think you broke it?
I think so. Yeah, I think I probably stretched the cord enough that the internal wire broke. It is what it is.
Yeah. Live on camera.
Live on camera, yeah, from New York. Except not New York.
I don't even remember what you were talking about.
The last thing I was speaking about was the client who ghosted me for making that set for him. Before that, I was talking about the idea for a Western boken, and I'm really, really proud of that because it's something innovative. It's a great idea, and I think it would be something that would be extremely valuable to the historical reenactment community.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't have the equipment right now to actually create more from a better wood. And depending on how much impact I want them to take, they probably would end up being significantly more expensive than I can make in my own shop. or sorry, they would be extremely expensive if I was making them myself, as opposed to farming out the idea for mass production.
Yeah, and there is another thing that we talk about, and I think I'm sure you are okay with it. We were supposed to work together, and we started to work together to make a replica of the sword of one of the main character of my book. And you even started to make, like an art piece, a drawing to, okay, we go with this, with that, what kind of hilt do you want? You even learn me stuff. You teach me stuff about sword and.
I even went and bought materials to start working
Oh
because
man.
I needed them for the weight. It turned out to work out okay anyway because I can use that for other projects.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately,
I'm
because of
sorry.
the cost of
I
shipping.
didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Oh no, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm sorry either way. And the sad part of the story is that we stopped everything at one point because you said, well, it would be nice and I want to do this, to do that and everything, but the shipping will kill me.
Yeah, it was an absolutely insane cost for shipping.
Yeah, and even
Are you
to
still getting an echo, by the way?
a bit, but it's manageable.
Okay, I think I have a solution. I just have to go a little more old school. There we are. Yeah, I just have to cheat and use old equipment.
How
These are
many
intensely
how
uncomfortable.
many headset will you use during this life?
Well, I've got at least 3 more I could try. There we go. Now you're in my ears and not in my speakers.
But
Hopefully, I can get that headset fixed again, but we'll see what happens.
am I still in your heart?
Yes. Ow! Why they call that the funny bone is beyond me because there's nothing funny about that. Oh. Okay, that's not so bad.
That's the when you said yes, I was trying to go into your butt.
No.
Yes. Consent is not necessary.
Well, yeah, consent completely screws the rape game right up. Speaking of that, I'm a big fan of really, really stupid things that the left does sometimes. And I'll try to keep this.
Here you go, politic.
Just a little bit, because I just need to point out how silly some things are. When I first started university, or sorry, college, when I was doing my course, during orientation, during the first week, they were handing out these buttons. And I said to one of the girls, "Oh, what's on the button?" And they said, "Oh, it's an anti-rape campaign." "Oh, what's it say on the button?" "Consent is mandatory." That's not how consent works.
That's not how rape works.
When you mentioned that, it kind of triggered that memory for me. So.
I was remembering, your funny rape joke. Tell that again.
Yeah.
I will go. Yeah, go ahead.
Which one is that?
Yeah, you know that.
It's kind of disturbing that I know so many. I'm confused about which one you're talking about.
That's the thing with the spirit, that's the spirit.
Oh yeah, no, one of my buddies used this for a pickup line in a bar once. He walked up to a girl and he said, "Hey, do you want to play the rape game?" And she went, "No." And he went, "Oh, that's the spirit."
I love that joke.
Yeah, the best one was when he walked up to her friend who had witnessed this, and this was about 3 weeks later. And he walked up to her friend who had witnessed this, and she went, "Yeah." And he went, "Oh, you're no fun," and walked away. Yeah.
Well, if I have a strike or something for that, it was worth it. It's a funny joke.
YouTube, I'll take the strike because I don't have one yet, and it'll give me an excuse to make a quartering style "my channel is under attack" video.
Channel is under attack.
I no shade intended to be thrown at Jeremy, but that is a great little bit of clickbait that he stumbled on or came up with. Because every time that I was subscribed to him, or even in the orbit of people who would get me recommended his videos. Every time I saw my channel is under attack, I immediately clicked it.
But that's one
And I
of
had
the thing that is a master of. He not pride himself, but he said that he knows what he's doing and it works, and is absolutely right, because he said when there is some people that try to attack you, or try to harass you, to demoralize you or anything, use them, get them
yeah,
to the pro, and
yeah, hook him to
that
the plow. Yeah.
yeah, but that's master level intelligence.
Oh yeah, yeah. That was absolutely brilliant when I saw him doing that. Kind of like when Jordan Peterson got called. Uh, like they made the Red Skull quote a
Yeah,
Jordan Peterson line, and it's just like that's awesome. I just monetized the hell out of it.
yeah, with the
That's
lobster
that's where the
logo,
whole
and
Hail Lobster meme came
yeah.
from.
And he was a bit sad about that, but in the new movie, I don't know what the name of the movie is, but yeah, he was sad about that.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember the name of the movie, but one character is based on him, and the
Oh,
character is a
Don't Worry,
big.
Darling. I think it's called.
Come again?
Don't Worry, Darling. I
Yeah,
think it's called.
that's what one. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I don't understand the urge to. I have to turn my Discord notifications off. And lots of noise. Understand the urge to attack a specific individual just because you don't agree with them.
Yeah, especially since, well, at least in my opinion, but I can defend him to the death and die on this hill, that he doesn't do any harm to anyone.
Mm. No, it's like when Maxime Bernier was arrested at that protest. The police officer that was arresting him asked him if he had any weapons, and Bernier said weapons, and the officer, kind of to explain, said, "Well, do you have anything on you that will hurt me, or that might hurt me?" And Bernier's response was, "Only my words." God bless that man. Yeah, he's the leader of the People's Party of Canada, and I absolutely hope they actually get. I'd like to see happen in Canada what happened in Sweden and Italy. Yeah.
Another anime party.
Oh God, no, he's not a weeaboo.
Aw.
Though I suspect if somebody introduced him to Warhammer, he'd probably turn into a teaboo pretty quickly.
Well,
Yeah.
to go back to the woodworking, because I take you
That's why
to
we're here.
I took you to the park, and peace on some tree, everything. No, got back to go back to work. Did you speak
Yeah.
enough about politics, Ardent? Are you satisfied?
I think I'm good. Yeah.
You spoke a bit about some commission you had, like the table, and unfortunately the glorified walking stick. How to make a living as a woodworker exactly? Do you have your own very personal shop enterprise, or do you need to join like a big furniture company? Are all woodworker at IKEA, or do you advise to make educational YouTube channel like some pinups that you shared me?
Nobody at IKEA is a woodworker. I don't care how many times you've put tab A in slot fucking B. You're not a woodworker.
I don't even know what you are talking about. I have no idea.
If you've ever put together anything from IKEA or any of those flat pack manufacturers, usually the instructions will say something like insert tab A into slot B or
Oh
whatever
yeah, yeah, yeah.
twist. Yeah. But yeah, it doesn't matter how many times you've put together IKEA furniture, you're not a woodworker. But in terms of like somebody who's got their own shop and things like that, now I do have the good fortune to have a shed that I can set up my shop in and pretty much have free reign with. When it comes to finding jobs, you have a few different choices. I mean, I could conceivably go and do carpentry jobs. The reason I don't is because I don't do well in the cold, and most of those jobs require you to be outside, inside, moving around,
Just
getting dirty, things
to
like that.
to have a
Go
bit
ahead.
more explanation, I know it could be a 5 hour long conversation, but in a few words, what is the difference between a woodworker and a carpenter?
Um, very simply, carpenters follow a procedure, whereas a cabinet maker actually designs and creates something. Generally, if it's a carpenter, you're just handing them a plan. You already know what you want, and you're just telling them how to make it.
Is
Uh,
it something like an architect and a bricklayer?
yeah, it's kind of analogous to that. Yeah.
Okay,
The way I was going to say it, it's kind of like putting a program in a computer, which I don't mean to denigrate carpenters by any means. I mean, most of them are extremely well skilled, but uh, they
it's not the
don't
same
generally
profession.
do. Yeah, they don't generally do a lot on the design end. All they're really doing is building.
Okay.
Whereas with a cabinet maker, uh, generally what happens with a cabinet maker is we're given a space and we're told to put things in it, and the rest of it is pretty much up to us.
Okay. So thank
Yeah,
you for explaining.
yeah, no
So
problem.
you said that you could take carpenter job.
I could, yeah. It would mean severe discomfort for me because I have a form of thyroid disease that causes me to be extremely sensitive to temperature changes.
Okay.
Part of the reason that I'm beginning to slow down doing a lot of videos in the shed is because it gets colder in the mornings.
Mm.
And it's one of those things where if I get cold, I tend to stay cold. My basal temperature will drop,
Yeah,
and
and
it's extremely uncomfortable.
you also explained that it's not the best for a woodworker to work in winter, because
Yeah,
the
well, yeah,
yeah, and you explained that
yeah.
in few of the videos, and you said most woodworker do the work between like March and October top.
Yeah, and a lot of carpentry is much the same too, especially if it's something residential where you're building houses. You don't really want to take very cold wood and put together because then when it warms up, you're going to end up with a lot of problems, either warping, cracking, depending on how well put together, how tightly fit a piece is, you can actually get something that might potentially explode.
Yeah, and so to
That's a pretty big rarity, but it is possible.
yeah, and wood projectile no good.
No, flying splinter bad.
Yeah, and to be sure that I am correct, warm wood expand and cold wood tighten.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Okay, I'm
And it
very
also there
basic.
are yeah, no, there are other factors as well. Humidity makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Um, if, for example, the table that I showed you, that was built in a fairly controlled environment, uh, and then finished, sealed essentially with lacquer.
Yeah.
I was concerned though that when I shipped it to Kentucky, because Kentucky tends to be much warmer and about the same humidity as Newfoundland, I was very concerned that parts of the lacquer might separate from the heat, and that would create a situation where you could get some warping and things like that. So about 6 months after I sent the table, I contacted the client to find out what kind of shape it was in, and they basically said it looks exactly the same as when you sent it, which really made me happy because I
Yeah.
was very concerned.
Well,
If I had made an error with the lacquer, it would have been a problem.
that shows very conscientious. That you are conscientious and
Yes, thank you.
and professional, and this is something to comment.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean the thing is too, uh, that's not just uh, good business practice because if they meet someone who might want something built, they might suggest, hey, contact this guy in Newfoundland. He did this table, and it's amazing.
I know he's a
But
crazy guy, he's weird, but he does nice job.
there's that, but there's also the fact that aside from all of the business related side of it, I actually really care that my client is satisfied.
Yeah, but that,
And
that's basic
yeah,
business.
yeah.
If you have a
Well, it's the
business,
same as writing, for example.
yeah,
You
if
really want to make sure you've satisfied what the client expects.
always. And
Yeah.
this is just, basic bitch common sense. You have a business, you do something, the customer or the client is satisfied, he will maybe come back. But he is not
Yeah.
satisfied, there's a strong probability that he won't.
No, no, it's not just that. If he's not satisfied,
Yeah,
he's
he
going to
will
tell
tell.
other people.
Yes.
Right? Uh, and we were talking about different sort of work possibilities for cabinet maker.
Yeah.
What I'm doing, I'm independent, which means I take on a lot of risk, a
Yeah.
lot of financial risk as well.
Yeah, that's why I was
But
not pissed, but I didn't know that you engaged some finance to make the sword replica, and I didn't know about that, and I'm sorry again.
oh, no, that's fine, because if I had actually completed the job and shipped it to you, you would not have known that I had done that,
Yeah.
because you would just be paying for the product.
Yes, but
And
yeah,
yeah,
I'm just
and
a sympathetic person, and yeah.
yeah, but there's also the fact that what I purchased was way more than I needed for your project.
Yeah.
So it would not have been fair of me to contact you and say, "Oh, I purchased this piece of wood. You want to chip in on that or whatever?" No, that's not good business anyway. But talking about different work environments, I can either work for myself or I can work for someone else.
Yeah.
Working for myself carries a hell of a lot more risk and a lot more of a workload. But I would rather, at the end of the day, be the guy who goes, "Damn, I screwed up." With the flute. If I was working for a boss and making flutes or trying to make flutes, then the instant that went and broke, I'd be feeling really bad because I could potentially lose pay. I could be fired. I could. So, in some ways, the added stress of being my own independent boss is a lot easier to deal with than the stress, for me at least, of having to be concerned
Yes,
with someone else's concerns.
I have the same.
Yeah.
Because there is something that some people have. It's called responsibility.
Yes. Yeah. I'm. Yeah, I. I occasionally bang on at length about personal responsibility in my videos.
Same, and this is not political.
No, no, no,
This is
not
philosophy.
in the
This
slightest,
is
actually.
even common sense, a way of living, and maybe some belief. But yes, this human being, strangely enough, does pretty good with self responsibility.
Yeah, yeah, very much. Um,
To come again
I
with the
think I answered
question.
those questions pretty well.
There is
Okay.
a few things, because you talked about going work with other people, being your own boss, and what about making a living as a woodworker with educational stuff like the YouTube channel you recommend me to know a bit more about basic stuff about woodworking, like Stumpy Nubs and other YouTube channel related to that. Is there like a niche or way to maybe go under that route?
Um, well, I mean, you've been doing YouTube, excuse me, at least as long as I have, if not significantly longer. Considering you have almost 1,200 subs, I'd say significantly longer than me. But uh, I mean, you know yourself that there's not a lot of money in YouTube at the low level.
Yes,
What I'm
this is
hoping for,
complicated, very complicated.
yeah, yeah. Whether I would suggest someone go into that particular focus for education, I think you'd probably be better off running workshops,
Well,
doing something like,
not specifically recommending that, but this is another way, another door that you can consider maybe.
yeah, yeah. I mean, the world we live in, if you can create multiple revenue streams,
Yeah,
I hate using buzzwords, but yeah, if you can draw money and interest from multiple different sources, then you can multiply the possibility of cross connection, for
yeah,
example. Uh, for instance, if someone in um, excuse me, if someone in, say, uh, North Dakota sees one of my videos and says, "Oh, hey, this guy makes stuff that I'd like," and they contact me to get something, then they may encounter someone who's from Newfoundland and say, "Oh, I know this guy." And that person from Newfoundland may come directly to my shop and
Yeah.
say, "Hey, I heard about you from a guy in North Dakota." Right? And any number of things. Or they may become a subscriber on YouTube
Yeah.
or any number of other things. Like everything tends to try to build on itself or on each other, I should say.
It's quite nice because when I first met you and we spoke a bit with the Sultans and all, I think you were at 30 or 40 subscriber, and now you are
Yeah.
on
Yeah, I've
150, 40, I'm not sure.
127 last time I looked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
But my Getter is insane. I cannot believe the response I get on Getter. I've got over 400 followers on Getter.
well, you have to chill for me.
I try.
Yeah, thank you, man. But yeah, but
Uh,
as let me start again. I ask about YouTube and educational stuff because we spoke earlier about the lost, so-called lost artisan craft in people's life, and I think that YouTube and streaming like Twitch and stuff, because there is some guy who do Twitch with woodworking, and the there is maybe a demand for that on YouTube and Twitch and Rumble and Odyssey and stuff like that.
yeah, wait, now run that question by me again. I think I missed something.
But what my question was about, job that a woodworker can do, and this is why I spoke about, YouTube content, educational stuff, because if there is a loss of touch with the old artisan that we had in like 50 years ago, or 100 years ago maybe, YouTube and Twitch and other services like that can provide for people who are not able to see this with their own eyes in today's world.
Yeah, in terms of the value of that, yeah, it's something that should not be underestimated
Yeah,
or overestimated for that matter. Underestimated? I don't know. One of
both.
those words. Yeah, but I mean, take for example when and to relate it again to my experience when I was looking at means to make this flute. One of the first things I found was, if I recall correctly, it was a video that was titled something along the lines of "Ancient Irish Flute Making" or something like
Yeah,
that. And while I didn't have all the same tools that the guy had, I was able to follow more or less the same processes.
mm,
And I mean, that's probably a skill maybe 100 or 200 people on the planet know.
yeah,
And I mean, that sort of rarity. Yeah, there's, well, take the Taiaha, for instance. If I was watching a video on how to make a Taiaha, I'd almost certainly be watching someone who was Maori. And if there are more than 200,000 Maori, I'd be shocked.
yeah. And to come back about the YouTube video called Stumpy Nubs, Nubs. This guy is at 751K subscriber. So this guy doesn't even need to do woodwork anymore.
Well, I see. Here's where you've run into the problem, though. If he stops doing woodworking,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
then he's not really going to have the channel.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But you know what I mean
But
about money,
I,
money
I
wise.
do, yeah, yeah. He doesn't need to do the woodworking to make money.
Yeah.
He can do the woodworking for his own pleasure, put it on YouTube, and people are going to follow him. Absolutely. Uh, and I'm actually surprised. I thought he was over 1 million,
No.
and now I want to shill for him because I absolutely love that guy's stuff.
Yeah, but the guy is each video is at least 50K at least.
Yeah, yeah.
So
So I mean,
that's
he's not
nice.
hurting certainly.
Yeah, well, he is not rich, but I think he will gain like I don't know, $5,000 a month, something like that.
Well, I'd feel rich if I was making that kind of money.
Yeah, I know.
Especially
Total
American.
total view count is 111 million views.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to check my total view count.
In the about in your YouTube channel, you have
Oh, really?
yeah, home, video, playlist, community, blah blah blah. At the end, about.
Oh, I'll have to have a look at that then. It's not the back end of YouTube. 3,433. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that because that's about 30 times the number of viewers or followers I have.
For me, it's 95K.
Cool. I was going to ask you actually, since we're on the topic of YouTube, you've got 1,170. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 1,170 subscribers. How long have you been making YouTube videos on this channel to get to that number?
My first YouTube video. Let me check. Because there is a way to go back. The oldest video. It was about Total War Warhammer, and it was 9 October. So yeah, it's a birthday. 5 years. 9 October
Oh, wow.
2017.
Okay.
It's funny
Now,
because on this video I have 7 likes and 2 dislikes.
yeah. The reason I ask is because if we look at the sheer number of videos I put out in the run of a week,
Yeah.
It's amazing. I had no idea. Like, I came up on 300 so fast that I had no idea that 200 had even gone by.
Oh, I
Or was it 200?
can flag your YouTube channel. I will do that. Nazi stuff.
My channel is under attack by some Belgian.
some Frenchmen. Baguette, snails.
home, baguette.
Well, you can do the same with fries, and it's Belgium.
Pommes frites. If I start screaming about poutine, though, we know I'm talking about the Quebecers. So.
Waffle, chocolate, beer. But yeah, you do
waffle chocolate beer does not sound like an attractive combination, to be honest.
But yeah, you do like almost 1 video every day.
I try to do at least 1 video every day.
Yeah.
Today happens to be a 3 video day, counting this one.
Yeah, I think you did a live stream.
Yeah. That's my regular Sunday thing. We're talking about it. I might as well shill it.
It's your place, man. Really.
Yeah, that's basically I do a little bit of a news roundup. Generally something that's caught my attention over the course of the week.
With an angry tap.
No, that's the daily videos. I don't do the tap on my live streams because I'm indoors and I don't smoke indoors.
With the tap. Sometimes I think you tap just for me.
You were one of the first people to really point out the tap, but the first time I did the tap, it was actually completely accidental. I had not realized that I had hit the record button, and I'm tapping down my cigarette, just happens to be directly on top of the camera. And when I played that video back, I watched it and I was like, that is going to get people's attention.
Yeah.
And yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like you just did on the video there. I mean, all right, that gets your attention because it's like someone going, "Hey, pay attention." Right? And
Belgium.
yeah, but
To the
a couple of my subscribers,
657.
a couple of a couple of people have remarked very stringently or very thoroughly on it. You and Caucasian Sasquatch, who's also one of my subs. Hi, and that's something else I try to do too, is to point out to people that I am extremely grateful that people want to listen to what I have to say.
Yeah, I know.
I never cease to be surprised that so many people want to listen to what I have to say.
And to be honest, I don't know if I am a fan because I think at some point we are almost friends or at least acquaintance.
Well, yeah, we've transitioned more to the point of being friends more than any sort of business acquaintance. Yeah,
but one of the first thing I came by, from the book convention, and I just want to decompress a bit before going back to the interview, and it's already midnight and I'm tired. But
Oh wow. Oh
yeah,
yeah, it is late over there.
yeah, and but no worry about that. And I just played a card game I like, eat a bit and stuff, and I watched your video because I thoroughly enjoyed them, and
Oh, excellent. Thank
you
you.
went at length about there is one stupid motherfucker who pay me on Subscribe Star. I love you.
Yeah, Simon. Yeah, yeah, and I mean, he was way over generous too, and that sort of thing is extremely humbling.
Yeah.
Um, like, it's kind of a funny thing. Being an atheist, a lot of what I talk about is still fairly rooted in spirituality.
Yes.
Because just because I don't believe there's a God doesn't mean I don't necessarily believe there's value to the shared mythos that we have, the foundations of Christian belief that undergird the Enlightenment,
Or
all that sort of stuff.
just respect other people's belief and lives, and
Yeah, yeah.
as long as they don't try to murder you because you don't believe as much of them or something like that. But yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I absolutely agree that we should have religious freedom. The problem is that if your religious freedom gives you the right to say, "Hey, you should be my religion," then you're trying to take away my religious freedom, and you can eat one of those. Yeah. And that'll probably catch you a strike.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
If nothing else has. Where did I get? Oh no, I got a strike for doing that because one of my thumbnails had it.
Yeah, that's different. That's different.
Yeah, yeah.
But
That's the risk I run with my random
about
thumbnails
your
sometimes.
YouTube stuff, because I spoke about Stumpy Nubs and other ways to make a job as a woodworker, and you do often live stream with your woodworking stuff. Well, most of the time we are just bantering and saying stupid shit, but well, the purpose at the beginning was to share your how you work or how you do stuff, and try to teach a bit about woodworking.
Yeah, well, like I say, it wasn't really intended to educate, because one of the difficulties doing it on YouTube is that there's no one actually standing next to me to see exactly what I'm
Yeah,
doing,
this
or
is
for
not the
me to be
same.
able to look at how they do something and say,
Yeah,
no, that's not quite right.
this is not the same. With the screen and online as to touch and work the material.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's no substitute for doing something in person, but I think now the thing with me is too, I absolutely thrive on conversation, as you
Yeah.
can tell. And a lot of the time in the middle of my live stream, when I'm woodworking, if I feel like taking a break, I have an instant excuse to take a break because I have chats. I have people to respond to.
Yeah,
It's
with
like,
all the
this
stupid
is
jokes.
awesome.
With
Yeah,
the
but
sexy bandana and
oh, you like the pink and green one, huh? That's I'm very secure with my sexuality and don't give a damn
yeah.
what you think.
I'm non-binary when I'm woodworking.
Well, heartwood, sapwood, softwood, hardwood.
I know you prefer hardwood.
Well, everybody does.
Well, that concludes the topic about ways to woodwork. Remember, always hardwood. Um, Speaking about stupid stuff, and speaking with chat and all of that jazz. Because yes, if you want to have just a nice time with a stupid Canadians working his wood, come to Ardent live stream. It's quite fun. And well, tell us a funny story about your very own woodworking experience. For example, something you tried for years to make and you, so to speak, hit a wall. For example, I have a very special example in mind, like Mel Gibson in The Patriot with the stupid rocking chair. If you
Oh
remember
God.
what I'm speaking about.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a very funny side of the story of the Patriot.
Yeah. Thinking now, what have I tried to make? I mean, that Boken went through about 17 different iterations before I hit on the idea of, hey, maybe I should just buy one and copy, for
Seriously?
example. Yeah, yeah. I tried a bunch of different patterns and things like that. Like I was trying to make one as close as possible to an actual sword for a while, and just a terrible idea. Um, but
But how many pieces of wood did you destroy to make a sword? Because you said like
we're
17.
not going to talk about that.
Okay.
We're not going to talk about that.
How much
But
this piece cost in the
needless
end?
to say, there's a lot of chairs that aren't going to have legs. Oh
Why
God.
did you
Yeah,
put
too
10?
many.
What did you put 10 legs to that chair? Don't ask about that.
Yeah, no, the
That's not my.
definitely getting that pattern down was difficult. Oh goodness, trying to think of other things. Uh, there's been a few different things that I've messed up horribly over the years, and a few that I've just given up on. But what'll happen eventually is I'll remember those, and I'll go, I gotta try that again.
Yeah, but not to be disrespectful, but is it common for woodworker to face so much, or are you just one of a
Probably
kind?
not. No. Well, think about it this way: how many times did they have to change the amount of cocaine they were putting in Coca-Cola before they got the formula right?
I'm not sure that's a nice analogy. Not flattering either.
No, not really.
And I will remember that and I will use it against you.
Absolutely, as I would expect you to.
Oh man, someone have to clip that. Why do you fail so much? Do you know how much time they tried to make Coca-Cola?
Well, no, I mean, you have to realize when you're trying to create something new,
That's a nice
it's going
excuse
to
you got
take.
there, man. And you keep trying again.
Listen, how many times did those friggers with the plane manage to screw up?
They were trying to advance humanity. You are trying
What do you
to.
think I'm doing? I'm just doing it on a much smaller scale.
Please stop.
Oh.
Man, I didn't expect that one. Oh man. I think I will clip that one. I will send it to Bezek and the guy.
Yeah, definitely send that to Bezek because that's gonna get held over my head forever.
Oh man, I don't even know how to follow that.
Well, we've been going for 2.5 hours, so I
Yeah,
don't know how much longer you want it to go.
we are a bit more than halfway through.
I think you might want to skip a couple of questions.
Maybe.
Or we can do a lightning round. I'll try to keep my answers under a minute.
Yeah, no, that's the problem. It's just that
You've watched my daily videos, right?
Yeah,
you know
I
what
know.
happens when I try to keep things short.
Yeah. Beside that, there's not much to talk. Oh yes, this and the 10 minutes. That's funny on your video because outside and that or beside that. Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, I'm absolutely terrible for being unfocused in the mornings. Usually that's before the caffeine and nicotine kick in.
yeah, I think you have to do a bit more tap. Maybe that help.
Yeah, if I tap for 5 minutes and just cut the video off, it might work.
You have to do that one. You have to do that at least once. Just a full tap video.
Tap, 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 and hit the stop button on the other side as I'm in the middle of it.
Yeah, or just a full tap video for like 2 minutes. Goodbye. And rise again until Uh,
Yeah,
I
just
don't know
tap,
if
tap, 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 tap. Hope you're having a good day. I hope you continue to have good days and rise again until lions become lions.
I'm not sure if I'm giving you a good idea or very bad idea.
Well, I guarantee you at some point that's going to happen.
A bit of both, then.
Do you guys have April Fools over there?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. What's April 1st fall on this?
Oh man. So yeah, you have a few pieces that you are somewhat not very proud of, and you don't want to tell the full story.
Well, it is what it is, right? Not everybody wants to admit to their mistakes, but I'm perfectly content to screw up on occasion.
But
Uh,
seriously though, are you still in touch, with your professor that at your, you know,
very rarely, actually,
yeah,
because that's one of those cases of kind of just falling out of connection
okay.
because we're not constantly associating. If I had some sort of real big problem and I needed someone who has more wisdom than I do, I would absolutely not hesitate to contact them.
Yeah, so outside of the jokes and stuff, it's like you know some stuff, you know how to make a table, you know how to make, I don't know, a wooden spoon, I don't know, and you want to try to make more other stuff, like experience, or I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do that. I never did that particular piece, so I will try, even though I will fail like 100 times.
Yeah.
Do you recognize yourself in this?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm very much the sort of person who, if I want to achieve something, I will generally go at it until I either figure it out or figure out that I have no chance of doing it. Like I pointed out with the pick here, I don't
Yeah.
know if you can even see that
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
on
yeah.
camera, but well, I
Well,
think you can
at
see it.
least
I don't
on
think the stream can.
I will show it on the show it again, please.
That pick right here.
Yeah,
Uh,
perfect.
The uh, that's the one I attempted to teach myself how to play guitar with a few years ago before I discovered that woodworking hands are not guitar playing hands.
Not necessarily.
No. Now, have I completely given up on the idea of playing a stringed instrument? Hell no. I'll probably end up getting to the point where I decide to try and make a jazz bass,
Yeah.
which is a short neck bass, and I'll see if I can play that. If that doesn't work, I'll make
Does
something custom that I can play.
does the challenge of making
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
does the challenge of making new things is exciting to you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Doing something new is one of my favorite things to do all the time. Which is part of the reason that prefer the idea of being my own boss, because if something gets too repetitive, I can walk away from it and do something else
So
and come back when I'm.
in the end, the
Go ahead.
failure of, for example, the flute, the bokken, is just part of the fun.
Yeah. Well, the problem with the bookend is I just haven't finished it yet.
Okay. But
But yeah, no, it's
yeah.
absolutely part of the fun, right? It's that learning curve, challenging myself sort of deal that absolutely fills me with joy. I
Well,
guess I'm a bit of a weirdo.
no, 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 definitely no,
Oh no,
because
it's fine. I am a bit of a weirdo, and I
yeah,
absolutely own it.
but mentally, psychologically, it's very healthy because you can make like 100 cutting board. For example, we spoke about that earlier, but
Hmm?
at one point you say, well, I can do that. It's nice, but am I really a woodworker if I only do cutting board?
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Yeah,
the same.
that's
It's the same for me. For example, with the writing stuff, I wrote poetry in the past. I wrote not romance, but like feeling stuff, love story, stuff like that. Not necessarily
okay.
romance, but
Drama, for example. Yeah,
yeah, tragedy or life stories. I made science fiction. I made not dystopia, but sort of. I did a few fan fiction of, for example, Warhammer Battle, Warhammer 40K. So I challenged myself a bit about that, and the advantage I had with this particular craft writing is I wrote in the end almost for 24 years.
Wow.
The first time I wrote something, I was 9 or 10. Just
Oh,
like I was a kid and I wrote something like a mix of Indiana Jones and kids who try to explore Mayan temple with stone trap or snake pit, that kind of stuff. And so you can't be a writer if you just write one type of stuff.
yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. Yeah. Um, like the whole point of the craft for me is to constantly expand my skills, to try and do new things, so that when I go back to doing the old things, either they'll be fresh again, or I'll have some twist that I can put into it. For example, your blah, English. It's so hard that even people who speak it their whole lives can't handle it. um, but even the 100 cutting board example that you pointed out, yeah, I might make 100 cutting boards and then go and do something else completely artistic, like
Yeah,
carving
I was going
fluting
about.
into a staircase, for example, and then come back and go, okay, I can go back to making exactly the same cutting board, or I can start putting fluting into it, or I can do other things with it.
Yeah, and I was going to that direction because in woodworking, and we'll talk again, I think, in the next question, but there is, for me, from a very neophyte eye, there is two sides of the craft, woodworking stuff. There is the artsy stuff, like
Mhm.
I'm sure you've seen them, like a Thailand person or Japanese person who take a big chunk of wood and he does like a sculpture of a anime character. You've seen them.
I've seen things like that done.
Yeah,
Yep.
so this is definitely artistic, and there is on
Oh,
the
very
other
much. Yeah.
side the practical thing, like a table. So
Yeah.
you have to, in a way, uh, master both sides.
Yeah. Yeah. You have to have skills that make you useful, but you should also have skills that make you happy.
Yeah, and
And
if you are happy with the practical or the artistic, good for you. But in the
yeah,
best case scenario, you have a bit of both.
yeah, you're capable of doing either. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, talking about that, one of the uh, first sort of sets of things that I watched when it came to woodworking on YouTube was an older, I believe he was Vietnamese, older fella, and the only tool that I could see that he had, other than a set of chisels, was a bow saw, which I don't
Can
actually have one in
you
here now.
can you explain a bit with word or picture what is a chisel, what is a bow? So
Okay, a chisel is. Oh goodness, it's going to be a lot easier to show you with pictures.
yeah, I'm sorry. Even in
uh,
French, I'm not sure I will understand what word it is.
oh, let me just try Google Translate, see what it gives me for chisel in French. In Italian, it's a scalpello. That's not probably
Oh
not much
yeah,
help.
yeah. It's a scalpel is a tool for.
Ciseaux.
Oh, it's a scissor.
Ciseaux, yeah.
Yeah, scissor.
No, that's not quite right.
Yeah, but that's the
Um,
translation in French to English. But yeah,
oh, okay. Yeah.
and
You basically know what I'm talking about. It's basically a flat blade with a single bevel that you push against wood and curl it up.
yeah, it's something to carve.
Yeah, a carving tool. Yeah,
Yeah,
and that's what this guy had, was basically a very simple set of carving tools and a very simple wood frame saw, which basically had what amounts to a hacksaw blade in it. And with that, he was able to make insanely precise joints and amazingly accurate angle connections and things like that. Now, granted, there may very well have been a fair bit of camera trickery involved there,
What do you
far
mean?
more than mine, but
What do you mean?
well, one of the things that he potentially could have been doing was if he had made a mistake somewhere in the cut,
Oh,
like when he made a cut in the film,
yeah.
it's very possible that he substituted out a piece that he had carved somewhere else
Okay.
or a piece that he had fixed.
So
It's possible.
maybe he cheated.
It depends. Is it cheating if he's just showing you how it's done?
Yeah, but no, what I meant by cheating, I had I show a chisel to the video for people who don't know shit about woodworking. Um, when I say cheating, it's like the primitive technology stuff. Some people show, oh, I'm using just a wood stick to dig and to make a fountain or bed, but in fact they just show like 5 minutes of digging with the stick, but in not post production, but hidden outside of the frame of the camera, there's a whole crew using digging tools and stuff. They are utterly cheating, and
Yeah. What you're seeing there with
yeah,
that hammer,
yeah.
that's cheating.
Okay,
That's actually really bad technique.
okay.
You
Well,
should never do that with a hammer.
I was just showing the piece of carving stuff. I took the
Yeah.
first picture, man. Don't yell
Yeah,
at me.
no. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just pointing it out to the viewers. You can use a hammer with a chisel. The thing is, that's extremely rough work. And if that chisel is well sharpened, you've pretty much just destroyed the point of it and made it dull.
Yeah,
And you should not use a metal hammer to smack your chisels. I
yeah.
think I actually have one of those chisels, actually.
Okay. And what is the second instrument that the guy used? A bow something?
A bow saw. I'll grab you a picture of one.
Yeah, a nice one, not with heresy on screen.
There's a bunch of different types. The one I have has a metal frame, but I just saw a wood frame bow saw. There it is. This will be the best choice. I can get that to. There we are.
We have the big brain tools here.
Oh no, this is severe primitive tech right here. There you go. That's a bow saw. The bottom
Oh yeah, that's very old school.
that is ancient tech.
Yeah.
The saw blade like that probably dates from Renaissance era, if not older, or
Yeah.
Dark Ages even, or Middle Ages rather. Yeah, it's a significantly old style of saw, and like I say, this older Vietnamese fellow that I was watching, that's all he was using was just a set of very well sharpened chisels and a bow saw to make amazingly intricate joinery, which is another term for cabinet making, is joinery.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, which I think Ebonist might actually translate more directly to joinery or joiner.
So I showed again the tool on screen. But sorry, there's so many tabs on my Chrome, but yeah. I can't download the picture because it's how to say that if I download the picture, it's the web page, so I will not be able to use it. It's not a JPEG or stuff, but no matter. And how do you use that stuff? Because with fan, it might be atrocious.
With the bow saw,
Yeah,
on the bottom right, you can see actually where someone has been holding it. There's a sort of a dished out part where
yeah,
you grip it,
yeah.
and that's pretty much it. You can put your hand somewhere else on the saw to stabilize it, but you're basically just like any handsaw.
It's
The
so unpractical.
It looks really unpractical, but that design is basically what a hacksaw is now.
Okay,
It's just yeah, it's just that the frame of a hacksaw is much more rigid. The way this is built, there's a wire at the top that holds the whole thing together.
holy shit.
Yeah, Yeah,
Well,
there's amazing physics involved with some of those old tools.
to me, to a untrained eye, it's just hell.
Yeah, it looks like it would be extremely uncomfortable to use, but once you get the hang of the technique, it's
So
probably as easy to
if
use
you
as a modern handsaw.
if you come again with the story of the old wizard, the Vietnamese guy,
The old Vietnamese fella.
yeah, the magician, he used this piece of shit and a chisel
Yeah,
to make.
basically. Tables. What's the word in Japanese? The gates at a Shinto temple.
Holy shit!
Tori, I think.
So it's you don't give that kind of job to anyone.
No, I mean you're Tori, yeah, that's the right term. Yeah, no, the work that he was doing, it's either as I said, either he was cheating or he was so experienced that he knew exactly what he was doing.
It reminds me of the, you know, the martial art movie with the very old sensei of 85 years old, but he's the king of the street if he fights.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's well, that's a little less accurate than an old Vietnamese woodworker, but okay.
Yeah, but that guy can make a Shinto gate with
Yeah.
with
Yeah,
the torture
joinery
device
involved.
and a tiny bits of metal.
Hey, woodworkers are weird people, man. We got some
Yeah.
strange kinks.
Well, you do love wood.
This is true. Oh my.
Yeah, but yeah, it's to me it's magic, man.
It's definitely one of those things that
And what kind? Sorry,
ahead.
sorry, go again.
Oh, it's okay. I was just making a fairly unimportant remark, so you go ahead.
To come again with your table, what kind of tool did you use
Oh,
in comparison
let's
to this
see.
magician?
Oh God, I had an entirely fully equipped industrial shop to work with. So I had
So
a
this
joiner.
guy with two pieces of shit of instrument make a
Oh yeah.
5-meter gate, and with an entire complex you made 1-meter table.
Well, yeah. Which also his gate had no glue, and there was glue involved in my table. But now the thing is, if you gave me the same set of tools and I had the same knowledge of technique as that guy did, yeah, I could still make the same thing. It would
Yeah.
take me far longer.
Yeah, but you don't have the knowledge of the old magician fella.
Not yet.
Not yet. Maybe never.
That's the beautiful thing about knowledge. It's always there to be had.
If you can acquire it somehow.
Well, you know, if all else fails, I'll go over to Vietnam and hang out with the guy for a couple of years.
Keep dreaming, poor guy. I have the same problem with writing, man. I'm like, what the fuck? Those old writers, they have like a pen with geese and they write beautiful stuff, and I'm
Yep.
just writing demon stories.
I've got all the modern conveniences, yet somehow I can't write anything better than Twilight.
Yeah, no, I can.
So I'm pretty sure anybody could.
My vampire don't sparkle in the sunlight.
It
They will
reminds me of
never.
a really, really wonderful meme that I saw once, and I don't know if I can find it in a hurry. But you guys have Sesame Street over there, yeah?
I think.
Something related to Sesame Street?
Yeah, I think we have. I'm not sure because I don't watch TV, but.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I'm even going to be able to find this in a hurry. But
I will
let's
ask
see.
another question in
Here
the
it is.
meantime.
Okay.
So we spoke a bit about, you know, an old master and you a fairly, in comparison to this guy, a newbie, but you are a professional in your own right. For people who want to hire a woodworker for something, but they have no idea how to spot a decent professional person. For example, when I wanted to have a grammar corrector, if I want to hire one, there's a strong chance that I can spot if he did a bad job, unless other people read it. So, for an unexperienced idiot like myself, and some guy I employ want to try to scam me with the cheap and badly done stuff, or can I spot a bad woodworker?
If they don't like you asking questions, that's usually a good sign. If they're kind of if they're too secretive about it, if they're trying to make the whole process seem like some sort of mysterious priestly ritual sort of deal that you shouldn't have any sort of knowledge about, that's usually a good sign. And it doesn't matter if that's finance or if it's woodworking or anything. If someone is doing that, there's generally a good reason they don't want you to see behind the curtain, so to speak. When it comes to a finished product, the easiest way is simply to put your hand on it and run your hand across it. If it feels smooth and it feels consistent, you've got a good woodworker. If it's rough in one spot, smooth in another, if you get a single splinter from what should be a finished product, I mean, these are the sort of things that you need to pay attention to. Gaps. If for example, see, okay, I can do it with this box. Let me just shake that out. Come on, box, open. Oh, sure. Now you're gonna fight me. 5 minutes ago, you were falling to pieces. Okay, we're not doing it with that.
The box won.
There, this will be easier. Staples and a box, or a stapler and a box of staples. So if you're looking at that,
Yeah.
and if this piece is supposed to be absolutely flush to this,
Yeah.
but you can see between it, like you can here. Yeah, that's that sort of thing. Look for your gaps and things like that.
So
and
you
that's
mean
usually
like
indicative of someone who doesn't know how to put the work together.
you
Oh, God, that elbow! I'm going to have to move this chair.
second time.
Ooh, oh wow, yeah, it's still not funny.
You you spoke you know, like a bent of wood or wood bend. I don't know how to say that.
Warp.
Yeah. Because that's what you explain with the wood that is not you know, entirely touching the other piece if it's supposed to touch.
If it's not flush, yeah.
Yeah, okay. But you have to be in person to experience that problem or that kind of problem in a woodworker. If you just have to see like I don't know how to say that, but you spoke earlier of someone in North Dakota or Arkansas that oh, I can employ you from Newfoundland, but you can only see picture of your work. Is it almost impossible to spot a bad worker?
Yeah, it can be. It's, to be honest, it would be a lot easier for me to hide a mistake in that case. But then, I mean, it's one of those things where you're. The thing is, if I screw someone over, it's only going to come back on me.
Yeah.
And for example, if I wanted to, for example, the client who refused to get in contact once I pointed out to them that I had done some of their work, if I had wanted to, I could easily put them on blast. The internet is a wonderful thing for that.
Yes.
But by the same token, if your work is bad, then it doesn't matter whether you're not lying about it or anything, because your business just will not flourish.
Yeah.
If your work is good, ideally you would flourish because of word of mouth, because of people seeing your work in other places. That may actually be one of the challenges I'm facing at this point, getting people to actually see my work. Um, I mean, ideally, if you're getting something built specifically for you, ideally you would want to see it
Yes.
in process. And like for example, we were talking about the replica I was going to make for you.
Yeah.
One of the things I would have tried to do as much as I could would be to give you very clear images of the work as it was proceeding from different angles. And again, that's kind of one of those things where um, if, for example, I was ordering, say, a sword to be custom made for me, I would contact the maker and I would say, look, this is kind of an expensive proposition. If I was, say, getting a custom sword, it'd probably cost around $1,200. Um, I would want as much digital information as possible from close up, far away, different angles, so that I could see as the process was being done, each stage being completed.
And so this is
Uh,
again a way to spot someone who is disingenuous.
yeah, and I mean one of those things. The thing is, people are fairly well equipped to spot people who are disingenuous fairly easily. We've
Well,
got that.
you are
A
speaking
lot
with
of people are.
someone.
But even you, I'm sure, would, if I was being disingenuous, you would have a feeling that I was being disingenuous.
There would be something like wah, 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 there's something wrong. Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Uh,
that little voice in your ear, the little duck in the back of your brain, whatever you want to call it. Affleck. But yeah, I mean, most people have an instinctive ability to determine whether or not someone is
yeah,
trustworthy.
but the thing is,
And
sometimes the alarm bell ring too
too
late.
late. Yeah. And I mean, anybody can be caught that way,
Yeah,
right?
and this is something I experienced with a grammar corrector or drawer or and it was fucking frustrating because I put faith in those people I wanted to work with, and yeah, and I was tired again. I'm scam again. I have put money to I have give money to people that have had never my interest at heart. Because when you work with someone, I'm sure you felt the same way when you had the guy say, "Hey, can you make me a table, please?" If someone like you who is conscientious, you
Mhm.
were fucking happy that someone who would put trust in you and you would give your best to show this person I am honest, I will do my best, I will make sure that everything works perfectly, and you have the reflex of socialization that
Mhm.
you spoke with the picture and do you want some news, do you want some picture, do you want to know where am I in the process and stuff. So uh, yeah, and this is something that I think some people have to be scammed on a special number of time before they say, okay, it's time to stop being the idiot in the village.
Well, there's that. There's also you don't necessarily have to take just their word for it either,
Yeah,
because there is this lovely thing called the internet now, where you can find information about people all the time.
yeah,
For example, if I had uh, been less than forthcoming with the work, if the work had been bad and I had still charged full price for it, things like that, you've got websites like I think Yelp and like the Better Business Bureau, things like that. But there's also Facebook and other things where if, for example, I call my business Off the Wall Woodcraft because most of what I do is not actually cabinet work, so it doesn't necessarily go on a wall. Um, but if you were to search that and I had done bad work for someone, whether it was posted on Facebook, whether it was on Yelp or wherever. And I think Yelp is one of those where I would have to, as a business, register
yeah,
and allow people to critique me. I'm not 100% sure. Uh, but even not being registered, if someone did a quick search on Off the Wall Woodcraft and it came back, oh, bad work, bad work, bad work, over and over and over again. It's kind of the same thing as buying something from Amazon.
Yeah, you
If
have
you don't
review.
look at the reviews,
Like for a certain rings of
oh no, that's pointless. Don't look at the reviews; those are all trash.
yeah.
The reviews are more artfully put together than the friggin' show. I've
If
never
you
even watched an episode of it.
if you spoke French, you should watch my review of the first 2 episodes of Rings of Power. Oh,
Oh yeah,
Amazon Rings, Wings of Shit. I don't know what to call it. It's I never
rings
made
around the toilet bowl.
yeah I never made a so salty and spiteful video in my life than this one.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just for
Probably how I felt when I watched the first 30 seconds of Wheel of Time.
just to talk you a bit about this video and my review. In the first 2 episodes, there is apparently Gandalf coming from a comet from the sky and landing near the half-foot people. And I took the few seconds of the asteroid comet stuff, and I put I silenced the clip of the TV show, and I put ice cream truck music like bum because that's how I felt.
Perfect.
Gandalf
Absolutely
mobile.
perfect. Oh, that's terrible. It's absolutely appropriate, but my God, that's terrible.
My review is more fun than the TV show.
That's yeah. I mean, I watch guys like Friday Night Tights and The Critical Drinker, Heel versus Babyface, all these guys,
Right.
and um, their content is more entertaining than 90% of the stuff they're talking about lately. I've got no interest whatsoever in watching She-Hulk, for
100%.
example. Yeah. Like, I've got no interest whatsoever in watching She-Hulk, for example.
Yeah.
And I used to love the cartoon, and I
Yeah.
used to buy the comic. And, I mean, like Stephen Crowder has pointed out, I had a hell of a crush on She-Hulk when I was a kid.
Most people.
Yeah, but that was kind of the point. She
Crush
was
me
meant to be a
with
little bit
this
titillating.
tie.
Yeah. But, I mean, there are two big selling points for me just in the first episode. They've brought back the Abomination, and he's played by Tim Roth. I love Tim Roth, and I'm actually kind of fond of the idea of the Abomination in a TV show. But I'm not watching this. I mean, all I needed to hear was the report that, we made a courtroom drama. Oh, awesome. But we had to cut most of the courtroom scenes. Why? Because we don't know how to write courtroom scenes. And why did you make a legal drama?
Yeah. Even Ali McBeal with the most comparative show, this is better. And
yeah.
And if you want a nice legal TV show, watch Boston Legal. This is a gem. Mwah!
Or what's the one I've seen a few episodes? Oh, Bull. If you watch Bull, Bull is kind of entertaining.
Yeah, and Better Call Saul and that kind of stuff.
I've never watched either Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad, and everybody keeps telling me what's wrong with you.
Well, they are very good. They are very good.
I understand they're very good. It's just that's not my style of entertainment. I want complete escapist stuff.
Yeah.
If I'm watching a TV show, if it doesn't have dragons or space wizards or something completely divorced from reality, I generally am not interested.
Well, I like, for example, Sons of Anarchy with biker. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've what was the one? Hell on Wheels a few years earlier than that. I tried to watch that because I do have a bit of an interest in westerns. But it just didn't hold my attention because there wasn't anything supernatural or fantastic in it.
Yeah, I understand.
It's just my taste. So, yeah.
So, so we spoke for avoiding bad experience with bad woodworker. If they don't want to talk about how they do stuff, run away.
Yeah. Be concerned. Look into other clients they work with, and don't be afraid to ask them, hey, can I contact some of your other clients?
Yeah.
generally most of them will say, yeah, sure, and go and try and find you a couple of clients that are willing to talk to you.
Yeah.
For instance, if someone said to me, hey, I want you to make such and such, but I want to talk to somebody who's had work done by you before, I go, okay, well, I will contact some of my ex-clients and I will see if any of them are willing to talk. And if if you immediately, like within 15, 30 minutes, get a response back from the guy like, oh, no one is willing, that's a bit shady too.
Yeah. To get back with a topic we spoke a bit about, like woodworking, art, craft, practical, etc. For you, in your definite and personal opinion, is woodworking an art, or is it more like a science? How would you describe woodworking itself? And can you compare it to other professions, such as, for a basic example, a smith?
Hmm. It almost, if your only two options are art or science, it's definitely more of an art because there is so much room for improvisation, for innovation and things like that. Whereas with science, you pretty much have hard walls that you have to stay within. Like, take chemistry for example. If you need 2 grams of, or baking even, if you need 2 grams of sugar and 2 grams of baking powder, there's no room for you to fudge those numbers
Yeah.
and get the same product. Whereas with woodworking, if you need, say, 3 inches of wood, you have the option within that to go, okay, I need a piece that's 3 inches long by 3 inches, but I can make it out of whatever I want. I can either take one solid piece of wood and go, here you go, here's a wooden cube, or I can take a dozen different pieces of wood, smash them together with glue, and shape them afterwards and go, here you go, fancy piece of wood.
And there
Like
is
it's
also, we spoke about the old Vietnamese wizard with the only two tool. There is also so many tool you can use for so many different things, and some tool they are vastly different, can do the same thing.
yeah, yeah. Um, I mean, when you're talking about making a cut, you have any number of different options. You have a handsaw, a table saw, chisel, uh, bow saw. You can use a scroll saw, a circular saw. You can use, now they have
A shrimp saw.
what? Yep, an oscillating tool with a different blade on it. Um, but there are dozens of different options. You can use water now for cutting wood.
Yes,
Apparently,
yes.
it just
Cut
has to be under
everything.
very, very high pressure.
Yeah, for cutting everything. I saw
Yeah,
someone cut a bowling ball with water.
yeah, yeah. So I mean, there are, like you're saying, there are dozens upon dozens of different tools that can do the same jobs. In some cases, there's a best tool for the job, and there's a slightly okay tool for the job, and then there's a really bad tool for the job. Excuse me. For instance, if you wanted to make a very, very tight cut, a very curved cut, something, you could use a bandsaw. You'd probably be better off using a scroll saw because of the mechanics of the different device. But if all else fails, you could potentially use a handsaw, like a fret saw or a coping saw. It's going to take you a lot longer. You're going to have to be a lot more careful, but you can do it.
Hmm.
The only real difference in, say, a scroll saw and a coping saw is that a scroll saw is run by an electric motor, so your hands are free. Whereas with a fret saw or a coping saw, you're holding the piece with one hand, ideally holding the other end of the piece with a vise or what have you, clamps, and literally making extremely slow cuts so that you can get that curve just right.
Hmm. But to be the devil advocate with the science, there is something you can't, how to say that? if you want a 90 degrees angle, for example, and I know you did that on one of your stream, you can do 87.
Yeah.
So you need to know math, to know basic physics, to how to say that, balance, and for example, your table. If the feet of the table are not of the same length, this is
Hmm.
not a table.
No, if the legs of your table are not the same length, you have a seesaw or a teeter totter, as we call them here.
Oh, stairs.
Yeah, stairs. Yeah, or potentially, well, a wall, a very low wall with some interesting projections, but it's still possibly a wall.
For like every piece of wood, kindling.
Yes, if all else fails, you always have firewood.
But yeah, this is why I put the is it a science, because even if you do the best artistic thing ever, if your table is not the same, you
Yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean? It's
yeah. It's still got to fulfill the function it's intended for. Um,
even if it's
yeah,
just
you
for
you can make
display
the
thing.
most. Yeah, you can make the most beautiful table in the world. But if that thing won't stand up, it's not a table. Um, what's a good example? Uh, well, that staircase that we were talking about earlier in the
Yeah,
Loretto Chapel. You can make the most beautiful staircase in the world, but if the first time someone steps on it, it falls over, you don't have a staircase.
yeah,
You have a very expensive pile of kindling.
yeah, and a pretty one.
Yeah, that I honestly thought that was wrought iron in that until I got a closer look at it and
Yeah,
saw that it's
cause
actually all wood.
this is just this fucking staircase, man. And even physics cannot entirely explain how this motherfucking thing stands. I'm not sure they allow people to walk on it though, but yeah.
I would imagine they probably don't. Where is it in New Mexico?
Not sure. Let
Which
me
story?
go on
I
the
just
thing
brought it
again.
back up again. So it's in New Mexico, Santa Fe.
Okay.
Yeah, Santa Fe, New Mexico is now on my list.
Why do you want to go to New Mexico? See your stairs.
I want to go see. Yeah, yeah. I'm an atheist who's living in Newfoundland, and I want to travel to Santa Fe, New Mexico, to look at a Catholic staircase.
Or Christian,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
sure.
Well, they're talking about the Mother Superior, so I'm pretty sure it's Catholic, and it is New Mexico, so most likely it was Catholic.
I imagine you going to the chapel and say, "Oh, I want to see the stairs," and the stairs, there's a mouth opening. No.
Who will let me see the stairs?
You are not worthy.
I am not the woodworker you want to fuck with. Oh my.
I'm
Getting a
sure.
little punchy now.
Yeah, I'm sure we can go around for so many more hours, but yeah. So for you in the end, what is woodworking exactly? Like, is it a craft, a science, an utility job,
I,
art?
I would put it in kind of a third category between art and science, where you would call it something more like craft, because there is a set requirement for certain things like tables. If you're making a table, all four legs have to reach the ground, generally at around the same time. Uh, but um, for me personally, it's verging on an obsession to learn new things about woodworking. And just, I mean, this little shelf here, I threw that together in about 5 minutes, just because I needed somewhere to put a few different things. And while it's not pretty by any means, it is absolutely fit for function, because it's, I mean, almost strong enough for me to lift myself out of my chair on. And um, that sort of functionality is an absolute source of pride for me. because while it's not pretty, I can take it down, take everything off of it, and I can make it pretty later.
Yeah.
It will always be strong.
Yeah.
So
And this is, I think, one of the main component of this craft again, because it is what you want to make of it, but most of all, it is what you in the end actually make of it. Like if you want
yeah,
it to be
yeah.
functional, but it doesn't work, for example, your shelf, it fall down,
Mhm.
or it's crooked, you know, things slowly drift and fall.
Yeah.
It's not a shelf. If you want
No,
to
no.
make like you know, the sculpture of the anime character and stuff, but the character are not, you know, like good proportion. You have no field of depth. You can't see some details. It's not pretty. So it's what you are making of it. It's almost it almost make me feel like coding in computer.
Yeah, I could kind of see the similarity, and also too with coding, I think there is a degree of um
Magic.
almost no, not so much magic, but almost a degree of signature to it.
Yes.
Like I remember hearing, I think this was before the 2016 election, or possibly it was one here in Canada, that the Chinese had been accused of hacking, and uh, or maybe it was the North Koreans, I forget which, might even have been the Russians at the time. I can't remember for sure now,
Someone in
but I
Asia.
remember. Well, yeah, someone over that way. uh, I remember it was stated very clearly in at least two or three different sources that the reason that they knew who had done this was because it had a particular signature to the coding,
Yes.
like the coding had been done in a particular style. And for me, I mean, my design philosophy is form follows function, which means basically I will make it strong before I worry about how pretty it is. The first absolute priority for my work is that it does what it's intended to do and does not fail structurally. I've seen people, some of the most entertaining videos I've seen on YouTube have been of people going, "Oh, I bought this table from IKEA, but I don't like it the way it is, so I'm going to chop a bunch of pieces out of it and skeletonize it or whatever." And they discover then that when they turn the table back over, it just goes because it's no longer fit for function.
Or the thing crush into its own weight or something. Or...
Yeah, well, here, this area here on my shelf, like that was a flat panel on this one particular piece, and this woman had taken a drill and put a bunch of holes in it and things like that, and that would have been fine, except that where she was putting the holes were structural points,
Yeah.
and she wasn't aware of that and discovered the hard way that if your fasteners can't hold, it doesn't matter how much wood is there.
It's like someone want to, you know, build a building, and there is no like how to say that in English, you know, like hold the walls, you know, the very important
Load bearing.
yes, this because if one of these fails, the whole structure crumble.
Yeah, yeah. Um, Actually, right before you contacted me, while I was out having my smoke, right before we started, I was watching a video. I think it was YouTube. They were talking about a guy had put an above ground pool on top of a building in, I think it was Los Angeles or Colorado somewhere. And these people didn't understand why the building superintendent or the authority had said, no, you can't leave that there. That has to come down. They thought, well, it's just a bag of water. What's the harm? Well,
Wait.
the harm is, yeah, the harm is that's about 60 tons of extra water on top of this building.
Oh man, sorry,
Or
Alden.
6 tons, sorry, not 60.
Yeah, but some grandiose people can have that kind of thing. So,
Yeah.
someone in the chat, so Monsieur Bière, in English, Mr. Beer.
Mr.
That's
Beer, yeah.
one of my regulars. And he says that this is exactly what I look for when I want to buy something simple, practical, and for life. But this is more and more difficult, especially for electronic stuff. So, unfortunately, Monsieur Bière, you come at the more or less end of the stream. But we talked at length of this at the beginning and middle of the stream, speaking about why and how some old art, like artisan, letter worker, smith, even butcher, for example, I forgot about that, because you cannot cut some piece of meat however you want. You have to respect, like the anatomy and the muscle, and cut the bone a certain way and stuff, or you lose all the meat. You have to stock the meat, ridge, and all kind of stuff. And Alden said that this is something that if you go to IKEA, this is not woodworking. This is not made for last. And old stuff, for example, shoemaker, in the like 20, 40, 50 years ago, they made stuff to last. And this is less the case today. And we had an allegory of the cutting board, like a plastic one for $5 or a sturdy, strong one for $30 made by an angry Canadian.
That's Furious Newfoundlander to you.
Furious Newfoundland. But yeah, this is one of the lesson I learned from this conversation with Arden. Is if you want to make a good piece of woodworking, it's made to last, and it also like an heirloom, for example.
That's exactly how I describe the cutting board that I made, for example. It's an heirloom piece because it is heirloom quality.
Yep.
My shelf, on the other hand, is, square loom. In other words, it sits square right now, but when I'm done with it, I can just knock it apart and build something else with it.
Yeah, but if you want to destroy it, you have to put a bit of effort into it.
Yeah. If I wanted to destroy it where it is right now, I'd need an axe.
No problem, Monsieur Bière. You have the replay. We have like again 30 minutes or so, something like that. But after that, yeah, it will end. I if you know the place, I was at a book convention. It's called, I will say in French, sorry, I don't. Le Salon du Livre de Mons. So it's a big book convention in Belgium. It's the second biggest one in Francophile people. Let's say that. So yeah, it was a big one, and I did okay. Not the best, but definitely not terrible also. Like in Chernobyl, not great, not terrible. If you have the reference, Alden. It's
no, I don't think I did. I think I actually drifted away for a minute there. I was trying to translate La Salon de la Livre de Mons. Was that what you said? Mons. Okay.
And so it's the TV show Chernobyl with the story of
okay.
And this is the story of everything went to shit, and there is one guy, a Russian examiner, security people, I don't know, and like for 2 whole episodes he say, how much is the radiation? It's I don't know what the fuck number, and he say, oh, okay, not great, not terrible. But in fact it went all the way up for the radiation detector, and they say, oh, it's not great, not terrible. But the thing is, the radiation detector went only that high. It was it's 50 something, but yeah, it's because your material can only go to 50.
Yeah. You can only measure to 50. That doesn't mean it's not at 600.
Yeah, that's the thing. So this is the last normal question. And it's
Oh, great!
maybe
I love abnormal questions.
this is something I definitely want to talk about with you, because this is something we kinda sometimes forget in the woodworking stuff. Let's talk a bit about tree. Do you think woodworker and other professional surrounding woodworking stuff, like oh fuck, I forgot the name. The guy who cut down the tree. I don't know the name.
Lumberjack
Lumberjack. Thank you.
or forester.
Yeah. Does all of the people working with tree, are they murdering the forest and the planet, or do you have wait? Do you have to study the flora of the forest and have an ethical obligation to plant tree, for example? Because is nature a thing that woodworkers think about?
Oh, absolutely.
You can joke a bit if you want.
The whole murder thing. No, don't be silly. But
I'm a social
no.
justice warrior.
Oh God. Clicking off of here. How do I get out? No, you know, the people who use the resources are the ones who want to conserve it the most. Uh, for example, I mean, I grew up in a family with my father was a hunter, and one of his very, very stringent rules was you never take more than you're going to use, and if you knock an animal down, you knock it down because you plan to eat it, or it's planning to eat you.
Yeah.
Um,
But in the end, you
but
eat
when it
it in
comes to
nonetheless.
well, yeah. Have you ever been on the business end of an angry moose? It's not a lot of fun.
Yeah, those things are scary.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
I always
they are equally dangerous than a bear.
potentially, yeah. However, I think what we should say instead is no, moose are very cuddly vegans. Go hug them.
Yeah.
Solve the problem one way or another, huh? No. No.
Monsieur Bear says something. You steal our oxygen. Boo. How dare you?
Trees? No. Trees give you oxygen. Oh, you're talking about the vegans. Gotcha.
Oh, the lumberjack and stuff. You cut oxygen.
How dare you?
Angry teenager look.
No, I mean, the thing is, if you're using a resource, you want it to be there to be used again. So, yeah, it's really unfortunate that a lot of the really, really, really large trees, like were used, say, for Notre Dame, places like that, it's a real shame that those trees don't exist anymore. Um, but it's lessons learned hard like that that teach us that okay, you can't over harvest a place and not replace it and still have that resource to use. So, and by the same token, if you don't take care, if you don't husband that resource carefully, go in and make sure the brush is cleared underneath trees, things like that. Like we saw in California, where they stopped clearing brush and they ended up with wildfires, not because of climate change, because of bad management.
That's the
Excuse me.
Archwarhammer who say, don't assume malice when most of the time you
It
can.
never attribute to malice what stupidity can be responsible for.
Yeah,
Something like
that's
that.
something like somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
very tired.
yeah, yeah.
You will
But
speak
yeah,
English for me now.
when it comes to when it comes to something like a forest or any other resource, if you are someone who makes your living using that resource, the last thing you want is for that resource to go away or to become significantly more difficult to acquire. And would I plant trees personally? Absolutely. If I was going out and harvesting trees directly myself, entire trees, um, I'll get to Monsieur Beer's
Ah,
question in just a
yeah.
second. But if I was harvesting trees myself, yes, I would absolutely be planting new trees and going out of my way to make sure the new trees grew as well as possible. Uh, not necessarily to the point of throwing fertilizer on them, but make sure that there wasn't a lot of choking undergrowth and things like that. Yeah, absolutely. And that is responsible forestry. That is conservation the way it should be practiced. What the people who say things like murdering the planet want is for no one to ever use them. The problem is that you have to build a house out of something. And if you're not building it out of wood, you're going to use cement. Well, cement has its
Eat
own
the
sort of
bugs.
issues. I will not live in a pod. I will not eat the bugs, and I will not be vegan. Bring me a cow. I can make everything I need out of that.
Yeah, and a pig.
Pretty much. Yeah. So Monsieur Bier asks if I use CNC. I'm trained to use CNC machines.
I don't even know what it is.
That's computer numerically controlled. It's basically a giant programmable router.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like a saw or something that it's controlled by a machine.
More like a milling machine, if you know what that is.
I can't. It's like an intelligent machine, not just a basic one. Like a software
I
and
should
stuff.
be able to find one. Yeah, there's software, and usually what it has is a bunch of different spinning tools.
Yeah, okay.
Like similar to drill bits. Or do you know what a router is?
No,
what
but
I'm talking about when I say router? Okay.
I have the idea that it's like the very old phone, and now there is the smartphone. This is more or less the same, but very much feature.
Somewhat similar, yeah. Let me see. Okay, here. This is actually a small CNC machine. And throw that in here. And boomer and boomer and boomer. And there we go.
Educating the Belgian.
Oh, well, it's also educating your audience too, so I don't have a problem with that. But basically, what you have is a machine that works on two axes and drops the tool down, does the process it needs to, lifts the tool up, changes the tool as needed, and does all the cuts and shaping that you want.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm trained to use those. I very much prefer to work with my hands. I like to, and part of the problem with CNC work as well is it doesn't really do well with actual wood. What you're usually working with on that is some form of engineered material, they call it, like press board, MDF, which is medium density fiber board, basically sawdust that's been smashed together with resin and turned into another board. One of the things I love about working with wood is making a cut and smelling the work. It's
I
like
want
smelling
to smell the
sap.
wood.
I want to smell the wood. Yeah, but really though, I mean, there's nothing quite. If you have the opportunity, walk into a cabinet shop or a carpentry shop and just stand at the doorway and go and take a deep smell. If it smells like chemicals and dust, then that's not a wood shop. That's most likely something that works with CNC machines or whatever. But if you walk into somewhere where actual saws cut actual wood, you get this bouquet of fragrances. Everything from
I'm sorry about that. It's funny to a non-experienced person, but I totally get
I
what
can
you
imagine
mean.
it would be, yeah.
It's like when I speak about cigar to people who hate smoking, like, what are you talking about? Like wood or cherry? It's a nasty cigar. No, you don't understand.
Yeah. For example, I've never worked with the red cedar that I picked up for trying to make that replica for you.
Yeah.
And discovered when I cut it, it actually smells like mustard.
Yeah.
And I was blown away by that. I was like,
And
this actually smells like. No, it can't. Yeah, it smells like mustard.
I will keep doing the analogy with writer and books and stuff. So many reader, book lovers say nothing will replace the feel and the smell of books, especially old ones. And I totally understand that.
One of the things I want to do at some point is build a not a bookcase, but actually a book closet, essentially something with closing doors I want to build that out of actual aromatic cedar, because the few times I've handled books that have been stored in aromatic cedar, it's an amazing experience to open that book and just fan the pages and just smell that cedar. And it's one of those things, scent is so tied to our memory that anytime I think about just that one book, just that one smell, I'm immediately back where I was reading it and remembering what I was thinking while I was going through this book. Yes, I love to smell and touch and feel the wood.
I know. I said at the beginning of the stream there will be much wood joke.
Yes. I love wood.
Oh, this is what the fuck? I know the name. Opinel, yes.
Yeah. This is number in French. 13.
13.
13. Okay, yeah. 30 is 30, I think.
Yeah, 30.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite collectible items. It's basically a folding sword.
It's a machete.
Yeah. It's very stiff because I hardly ever take it down and actually open it.
And fuck man, these Opinel, they are so sharp and so strong and
Oh yeah. It's been a while. I actually started collecting them again not too long ago, but it's been a while since I owned one, and I was really pleased to discover they now have a ring lock for when they're closed.
Yeah.
They didn't used to have that cut out there.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's such a simple little design change, and it's actually great.
And what do you think of the wood of the Opinel?
I prefer the wooden handle, actually. To like, see, this one's I think that one's oak. I'm not 100% sure. I know that one's maple because it's very hard.
Yeah.
And this one is ebony. This is my little tiny buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The it doesn't say what kind of wood it is on it. But yeah, no, I really love the design of the Opinel because being that it's wood, it's got just a tiny bit of give to it, and it makes it really easy to get a good grip and manipulate what you need with it.
I had a few Opinel myself, and the feel when you grab the knife, even if it's a bit weird, with the lock and the stuff, you open the blade, but you feel that this is strong. You have like trust in your grip and yeah, you can do a lot of stuff with it.
Yeah, not so much like this thing.
Yeah, no, that doesn't aspire.
Yeah, I can get a grip on it, but worst thing about it is it's so thin, and these things are just synthetic, and it doesn't really feel the same.
Yep. It's more that you don't trust the knife, even if you wield it yourself.
Yeah, in some ways, yeah. And I mean, since we're on the topic of wood anyway, the wood that goes into a sword or knife handle, it's very, very carefully selected because it has to be strong enough to take a lot of abuse.
Yes. And this is also what I wanted to talk with this particular topic. Do you study the different kind of wood, the flower, like, do you go on sometimes on trip to say, well, I will see if I use an oak, if I use a maple, I don't know the name of wood, man. I am not a tree person, but do you have to study the different tree?
Yeah, you need to know like the difference between, say, ash, oak, maple, walnut. If you go into exotic stuff, things like purple heart or rainbow eucalyptus. Part of the reason you want to know about these different species is because you need to know which one might kill you. For example, there's one called bloodwood, which the people who harvest it have gotten so used to the chemical in it, and this will blow the minds right out of your viewers.
Yeah, you said it kill you. What?
it can actually, yeah. Some woods are toxic. Walnut, for example, or sorry, oak. Actually, when you work with it when it's fresh cut, it will actually turn your skin purple.
Yeah, and I know how to say that sequoia. You know, the very very giant
Sequoia,
tree.
yeah, yeah,
These are like protected or something like the giant one.
yep, yeah. Sequoias are endangered, and I believe lignum vitae, if there are any still existing in the world, are very much protected as well, because these are trees that were harvested for specific reasons. I'm not sure about the sequoia, what the sequoia was used for, but the lignum vitae is a very very hard wood, and it was used for a lot of different furnitures, things like that.
Boat,
And I'm sorry.
boat maybe.
I would think probably structural stuff as well.
Yeah.
And trying to
Because I
find just
know
a
that if you want to build a boat, you have to know wood. Well, at least back in the day, but yeah. This is one also
yeah,
and the thing that we spoke. The most amazing piece of woodworking, the boat, man, boat. I will never get over a boat.
yeah. Is this the one I'm looking for?
This is the time to summon trim.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's this one. Just looking for a video here now, showing you what bloodwood looks like when it's being harvested. And yeah, there we go. That's the one I was looking for. Um, the thing is, with some exotic species, what happens is you can have a reaction that's just like a mild rash.
Yeah.
With oak, for example, it'll turn the tips of your fingers purple when you're working with it when it's fresh. Um, some stuff like bloodwood, for example, which is in the
Yeah.
our Discord chat there. Some of that stuff, I don't know if you can play video, by the way. So yeah.
Yeah, I can.
But that is a very very
What time code?
just 1 second here. I think it's about 30 seconds in. 15. Okay, go for
Oh
12
yeah.
seconds, I think.
With 25, it's good also.
Oh, that's loud. Yeah, there you go. You can see it actually looks like it's bleeding there.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. But
Yeah.
it's
Now,
good to.
now the guys who are used to harvesting that, they probably don't have any sort of allergic reaction to it or anything anymore. But uh, maybe not so much this species, but there are species that if you go to cut it, you have to wear full on, essentially a hazmat suit, or you are going to suffer from severe skin irritation, potentially lung irritation, possibly poisoning, though that's much less likely. Anaphylactic shock is not unlikely with some species. And usually, what happens is the species is fine once you've uh, cut it and given it a chance to acclimate to the air. But some things you have to be extremely careful with. You can get very
And
sick.
why
And
do you want to have this kind of wood?
well, certain species, bloodwood is one of them, for example, extremely hard, extremely dense, or extremely light in some cases. For example, we were talking about the Wright Flyer, the plane at Kitty Hawk. I was expecting that it had been made with something like teak or some other extremely light wood. I was quite surprised when it turned out to be ash and spruce. Uh, because these are not materials that are normally used in plane construction these days, if they make a wooden plane. Um, some other species, they'll be water repellent. Mr. Beer says it's like watching The Shining.
In a
Yeah,
way,
well,
yeah,
that's not actually blood though. That's just sap out of the tree. So yeah,
yeah.
it's not like like that's freaky.
And it goes for minutes.
Yeah, yeah. It's an interesting thing, because if that were a maple tree in Canada, you wouldn't get that kind of response, but you'd get a much tastier thing to drink out of that. I have
Yeah,
no idea what that stuff tastes like.
yeah. I don't want to know.
No, me either.
Especially
Uh,
since you said that it is toxic and you can go like
Yeah, that can
blind and you
not.
cannot breathe and
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if necessarily bloodwood is toxic. It's been a while since I studied those specifically, but that's definitely the more spectacular
yeah.
sort of reaction. So that generally gets people's attention and
Where
makes them go, "What the hell am I looking at?"
where does it come from, this kind of tree?
I think it's Asian, probably
Yeah, because the video
uh,
were like Chinese or
Southeast Asian, possibly Southwest Asian, somewhere in that area. It may be Chinese as well. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know if that liquid is usable for anything other than possibly making resins or whatever. It's
mm.
basically tree sap, so I imagine it does have uses. Um, Speaking of wood protection, there are species of wood that are very oily and that essentially have like a hydrophobic sort of
Mm.
um, property to them. Trying to think now. I think teak is one of those. I know cedar is the aromatic cedar is used to keep insects away,
Mm.
um, which is why it's generally used for things like chests and bookshelves, things like that.
So in the end, as I pointed out in my question initially, you have to study trees and wood, and it's one of the aspects of science that I spoke about earlier. Like you have to understand and study the thing.
Yeah, yeah, there is a certain degree of botany required for it, for
Yeah.
example.
And so, do yourself went out to plant other trees, and like I have to find a nice area, the perfect area for this kind of tree, this kind of tree.
No, I've never done that. Generally, what I would be doing if I wanted to do something like that, I would apply to here in Newfoundland, for example. I'd apply to Crown Lands to clear space for what would be a tree nursery, or well, I think that's probably the best term. But basically, essentially, if I wanted to grow my own trees, which would be uh, essentially pointless because I wouldn't live long enough to get
Yeah,
them
yeah.
to a harvestable size. Not here in Newfoundland, anyway. In somewhere like BC or Alberta, where the ground is much more fertile, I might have a better shot at that. But if I was to do something like that, I would basically go out and clear a piece of land and then plant trees. There's probably some sort of formula where, okay, if you want said tree to be able to be 20 feet tall, you need to put it 15 feet from any other tree, things like that.
Mm.
It's probably a little different. It's probably more like if you want a 12-foot tree, it's got to be 30 feet away from other trees or something. Trees, believe it or not, are extremely competitive creatures.
Yes, yes, and plant in general. I have seen.
Yeah.
I don't know where. I think it was in maybe Thailand or that kind of region. Maybe Vietnam. I'm not sure. There is a kind
Mhm.
of tree that is like a parasite to other tree. It's like it covers other trees to stifle them, and they shrink and die, and so the invasive tree gain a host and nutrition and light and everything. It was amazing and scary to see. I don't remember the name, but it's like a predator for tree. What the fuck, nature?
Yeah, that
and
sounds interesting for
and
sure.
that tree would look almost like a vine, but it was a tree.
Okay.
I don't understand. It was scary to see, and you've seen that like when the thing completed the process, uh, inside of it, because it was a hole in the inside of the invasive tree. It was like
Hmm.
a coffin or sarcophagus for the other dying tree. Was
Oh,
scary to
jeez.
see. Yeah.
Yeah, that, that sounds freaky.
Yeah, scary nature.
Yeah.
I don't remember
Well,
the name.
yeah.
I'm sorry, but yeah.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sure I'll end up tracking that down because now I'm curious.
Yeah,
Um,
but it was not like a regular tree. As I said, it's almost like a vine, but the vine, solidify and instead of how to say that? like a flower of a plant. It's hardened and became wood, and you know it's like a parasite for the tree. I don't know how else to describe that.
That's probably exactly how to describe it. It does sound like a parasitic organism.
Yeah, and it was very scary. It's
Mhm.
like some bugs, you know, that plant eggs inside other bugs, and the bugs grew inside them
Yeah,
and eat
yeah.
their way out, and yeah,
I don't like wasps
yeah,
because wasps will put their eggs in other creatures' brains,
yeah, some of them.
and they live in trees. So yeah, no, fuck wasps.
And you know the invasive snail thing, you know, that make the snail glow like with the eyes. I don't remember the name.
Is that like a fungus or something?
No, no, it's like a worm. I don't know. Parasite snails.
And
Zombie
it
snail.
makes the snail glow.
Not glow, but it's like there is some stuff, uh, colorful stuff inside of it.
Okay,
I will give you a link to that freakish thing. Uh,
okay. Well, if you're going to give me a link to something disturbing, I'm going to give you a link to something absolutely uplifting
okay.
and find you a picture of rainbow eucalyptus because this stuff is amazing to look at.
I'm waiting for the
So yeah,
holy shit.
let me just copy this image link and I'll pop over here. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, here's one for you. That's a tree.
What the fuck is this? It's like a painting.
Okay, that's nasty. I'm not
Yeah.
looking at that anymore. But yeah, isn't that gorgeous? And that's the actual outside of the tree. It's
Yeah.
rainbow eucalyptus. It only grows in Australia, and it's expensive.
Yeah. You have to ask for Bezek for
Well, I'd have to knock the drop bears out of it first.
the drop bears. So many inside jokes that people cannot understand.
Oh yeah, I know. If you want to understand the etymology of these inside jokes, please watch The Sultans of Chatelet on Saturdays.
And by the way, Monsieur Biers, if you are interested, and I think you will be, I can give you a link if you want. So yeah, this is the famous tree that the angry Canadian, furious Newfoundlander speak about.
Yeah, I would love to get my hands on that stuff, but it's like $100 a square foot to get a hold of it.
And what
Uh,
is the usage of that? Like it's hard, it's
Um,
colorful, it's
yeah, if I had it, it would be absolutely for making presentation pieces. So like tabletops, accent pieces, things like that.
okay. Well,
But I mean, that is an absolutely beautiful tree.
once again, Australia is weird.
Yes, but sometimes Australia is uplifting weird as opposed to oh god, run for your life weird.
I will give the link to. You want to know the sultans of Shadile?
See if I can beat you to it. Oh, I missed one. I messed up.
I will give the link.
Yeah, he says it looks like epoxy. It does look like it's epoxied together, but it actually isn't. That is the natural coloration of. I've never seen it cut apart, so I don't know if that's just the if there's like an actual bark on that tree or not. But from what I understand, it isn't. This is actually the color of it all the way through is like this.
Like inside, it is the same.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, shit. I will give
I
you
think I can
also,
find.
Monsieur Bière, I will give you the link of the Discord, because most of the thing happen on the Discord also, on the Sultans of Shardile. And this is more political oriented, but you can speak whatever the fuck you want. Just again, it's in English. Don't try to speak French. There will be most of the time only me that will understand anything. And sometimes I'm in the Sultans of Shadilay. And if you've listened to the podcast I do with the Trim, the Norwegian guy, is from the Sultans of Shadilay. The Sultans are nice people.
I'll accept Bezek.
Well, Bezek is the boss guy.
I've got to be nice to Bezek. He's sick right now, so.
Belzen is the boss man, so of course he's bad. I don't like capitalism or hierarchy.
Down with the bourgeoisie. I mean the Bezekwaji.
Done with the Australians.
No, we have to be nice to him. He's a trans Texan just like us.
Yes, that's true. That's true. So to finish about the studying of the trees, because that's really interesting, and we can speak about making a wood piece or anything, but again, the tree, without them you can't do anything. So how does this work? Is there a special course about botany in the license or the university of the formation you do? How does this work?
No, not so much. Generally, the way it's done by my instructor, who was an absolutely amazing instructor. Been at it. He's been a woodworker himself for I think 50 years at this point. But what he had done, he kind of had the same attitude as I did. He constantly wanted to expand his skills and the knowledge base that goes with it. Part of the reason that I even know what Purple Heart or Bloodwood or any of those things are is because he had a display put on the wall with a bunch of different samples of exotic woods.
Nice.
And when I saw this piece of wood that was deep purple, I was like, what in the hell is that? And immediately I was drawn to it and wanted to know everything I possibly could about it. And then discovered how bloody expensive it is. This is Purple Heart, by the way. It's all one word if you're looking for it. But it is an absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous color. And unlike the poplar, which loses that purple color, and apparently this rainbow eucalyptus will as well.
The rainbow thing loses color?
Apparently, yeah, it's just the bark. I'm very disappointed to discover that just now. And Mr. Beer says he joined the Discord. Thank you. Or at least on behalf of Bezek, thank you.
I did my part.
I'm doing my part.
Yeah.
Would you like to know more?
Yeah. Yes, I want. Service guarantee citizenship.
Yeah, but unlike the poplar and the rainbow eucalyptus, Purple Heart will retain its color as long as it's not overexposed to sunlight.
Sun is bad.
And yeah. But even then, I mean, you're probably talking about a few years before it really stops being purple and goes to brown. But by that time, I mean, you'd be so enamored of the wood, it wouldn't matter. Or at least I would be. But then again, we all know I love my wood.
It's my turn to make jokes. You like to talk about your wood. You love to
I like to get my wood out and play with it.
Yeah. Grown man playing with his wood again in public.
On stream.
Yeah.
Even worse, broadcasting it to the internet, and it's not even on Pornhub.
Do you remember the screenshot I take that it looks like you have your wiener on the saw and he's cutting his wood on stream?
No, I don't remember that one. I must have missed that one.
I made a screenshot.
It's been a while, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I probably did see it if I responded. Oh my. Yeah, no, but I mean, the instructor that I had, he was one of these instructors that everyone should have at some point. He went above and beyond just doing the job to actually instilling an absolute passion for the vocation.
And if I may also, it seems like when you talk about that, it's if you are a woodworker, you by association must at least be interested in the tree themselves.
Yes, yeah,
It's like
absolutely. I
if you
mean,
don't, there is something wrong with the thing, and there's something missing, and this is not correct.
yeah, it definitely leaves a gap in your knowledge. Like if you're, for example, the bouquin that I wanted to make, if I were to try that again, I know for a fact I'd have to find a harder, much harder wood than white birch. So it would have to be something at least as hard as oak and probably hickory or something closer to that. And part of the thing with that is too, uh, you when it comes to things like impact weapons, if you're making them out of wood, you have to know how they splinter as well, because
Oh,
when they break, some will break with very sharp, very long points, whereas others will break and it's almost like a brush in terms of the points that you're dealing with.
yeah. Is there a different way you have to work wood? For example, you spoke about cinder or chestnut. Do you have to work these wood the same way, or is there a different variation?
Well, the techniques are roughly all the same, but what you have to be prepared for is if you're working spruce with a chisel, for example, you can probably work for 2 or 3 or 4 weeks and not have to sharpen your tools. If you're working with something like purple heart or Brazilian rosewood or oak or something that's much harder, it wears your tools down much faster. I pointed that out repeatedly with the juniper that I was working with.
Hmm.
Um, Juniper normally is a fairly soft wood. The fact that I had to cut it with a hacksaw, which is normally used for cutting metals, was amazing to me. And what I put that down to is where the tree was located, it was probably absorbing a lot of salt from the soil.
Hmm.
Uh, so that made the wood harder by default. Uh, so that will affect how much wear your tools take and things like that. As far as knowing uh, your materials, it's helpful to know the way that something will break in.
And I thought also like if you use like a chainsaw, like a table saw, like sorry, I'm a stupid guy, but if you're using this type of wood, you have to put some kind of pressure. But if you're using like another wood, you have to push harder and so be more careful of the kickback or the reaction.
Mm,
Some kind of little thing like that. Not really.
Not really. Not so much when it comes to different types of wood, but different types of material, yes. For example, if you're cutting, say, actual wood on a table saw versus, say, what IKEA would have you call wood,
Mm.
if you're cutting the IKEA stuff, you're going to want your saw. Uh, you're going to want to be. You can go slower, you can go faster because your saw will probably chew through that like paper.
Yeah.
Uh, but if you have an actual piece of actual solid wood, you're going to want to go somewhat slower because if you press too fast, you'll burn the wood. You could potentially damage your blade. You could get a kickback. Uh, but worse than that is you do run the possibility of absolutely burning out your motor as well if you're using,
Oh,
say, a table saw.
okay.
Yeah. Um, because when you move a piece of wood into a rotating saw, you're creating resistance,
Yes.
and you have to give the saw time to chew through each piece as it's going. So, and part of that too depends on how thick your piece is. Like if you're cutting a piece that's, say, this thick, you're going to have to go a lot slower than if you're cutting a piece that's that thick.
Yeah.
But by the same token, you're going to want to go a little slower with a piece that's particularly thin so that it doesn't get chopped all to hell.
Yeah, and you want to be precise. You want to make sure that it's nicely cut. For example, I remember that at one point you cut like I don't know, like I say a stupid number, like 5 millimeter, cause you messed something like the side or something, and so you had to cut another but very thin piece, and you want to be precise. You don't want to ruin the whole thing, and
Yeah.
yeah, and It's again. I know my question may be weird or not the best, but this is something that it's amazing to me that you're not only working with a material, you're working with so many different material. You know what I mean? And so you have to know every single one of them. It's almost
Yeah, it could be a bit overwhelming.
yeah, it's almost like you know the Smith. I had the comparison a while back. You have to know every kind of steel.
Yeah, if you're doing, say, swordsmithing, especially if you're combining steels, you have to know how they're going to react when they combine.
Yeah,
Things like that, yeah. And it's kind of it's a little easier when it's woodworking if you're combining types of wood because as long as they're both actual wood, you're probably pretty good if you just glue them together. But if you're trying to connect, say, some sort of synthetic to plywood, for example, you need to know which type of glue will actually do that. Generally, that's going to be your crazy glue. I forget how that's actually spelled, but or pronounced rather. Acetyl. Oh, basically, the non the generic form of crazy glue.
hmm.
That'll come to me eventually, but it'll probably be too late. Uh, but you can use that generally to put anything together because that will create a chemical bond between both surfaces.
Yeah,
Uh, Whereas with wood glue, when you're putting two pieces of wood together, what actually happens isn't the same sort of thing. Like it doesn't uh, disintegrate the top layer of the
yeah.
wood. What happens is it sinks in and then bonds to itself, so that when you go to pull it apart, you're actually breaking the wood to get it apart.
And just to a bit of a joke, you said that
Mm.
IKEA material is not wood, but seriously, what it is? It's like matchsticks.
It's essentially it's sawdust that's been pressed back together with some resins with some glues in it.
Seriously, that so it's not wood and not a
No,
thing.
it's very rarely actually solid wood. Like this table that I'm sitting at is essentially how to describe it. It's usually what it is waste products that
Okay,
have been essentially ground up into a fairly a good way to think of it is a coarse sort of flour.
okay.
And then rather than egg that you mix with it, they mix resins into it
It
and
it
basically just form it into sheets.
it make me think of oh fuck, I lost my thoughts. I'm very tired. But it's like ah fuck, mémoire, ça va bien. Come back, please, memory. But yeah, it's like
While you're hunting for your memory, I can actually give you a bit of a break and answer Mr. Beer here.
yeah.
He's asking me if I use a tool like Tormek T8. That, from what I just gathered from a quick search, looks like a bench grinder. Yeah, I would be using a bench grinder generally to sharpen chisels and other tools. But other than that, that's pretty much the only thing I would need it for would be correcting blades that have some sort of flaw in them.
So I forgot my thought, but the idea was it's something like compress and reuse to make like a lookalike.
Um, yeah, kind of. Usually, what happens with
Oh yeah, I remember. It's like a Kit Kat. You know how Kit Kat are made?
yeah, what you're thinking about is plywood. It's got the different layers.
No. That's not what I meant. The thing
Oh.
with Kit Kat is it's used with all piece of Kit Kat. It's like a recompose eternal thing.
I have no idea what you're talking about there. Then
No, you don't know?
no.
I will explain. I will show you.
Okay. No. Usually, what gets done with the sort of material that you get at somewhere like IKEA, it's usually either if it's a really heavy material, usually it's something like an MDF, which is medium density fiberboard. If it's really heavy, it's usually an HDF or a high density fiberboard. And basically, all this is basically uh, a wood loaf basically bread made with wood. Only instead of using eggs and flour and things like that, they use sawdust and glue or resin to hold it all together.
I give you a picture and a note, so you could understand what I said. So the spokesperson said to clarify, the chocolatier, the filling between the wafer of a Kit Kat, is made of cocoa, liquor, sugar, and a small amount of reworked
Oh,
Kit
okay.
Kat. So you know what I mean? It's like all piece of wood
Okay, yeah.
put
So it's
together.
basically it's waste byproduct. Yeah. I see where you're coming from there now. Yeah. Essentially, yes.
Okay,
I
thank you.
didn't know that, and I really love Kit Kats. It's good to
Yeah,
know that.
it's funny because in fact you like an eternal product. The goal of the
Essentially,
product
yeah.
is to make waste to make more product.
Yeah. But no, I understand that. Basically, yeah, if one of the Kit Kats got messed up, and I've actually gotten one very rarely and very recently, where I had wafer, and nothing but chocolate on the fourth one.
Yeah,
But yeah, what'll happen there, and it's essentially the same thing. Like they uh, take like a waste product, say. Not usually in the same facility, but like a furniture shop, for example, might sell their scrap to uh, a factory that does the chipping or whatever. Uh, though I don't think that's commonly done here in North America. Usually, what happens is if it's scrap that they can use, it gets used for something else.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm happy that I've made a correct analogy.
Yeah. Yeah, I just had no idea what you were talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah. If you don't know how this works, yes, it's quite logical. But yeah, it's you have some waste material of said good material, and you use the waste to remake a lookalike material. Uh, it's quite scary because so many people use IKEA stuff, and it's like, yeah, it's wood. Not really.
Well, sort of. Yeah, not really. Yeah. Um, uh, I've had a lot of experiences where someone will, and it tends to happen more in the secondhand market where someone is selling something. And because I do a lot of work with reclaimed products, I'll uh, I'll say to someone, it needs to be, if I'm interested in buying a table from them, for example, that I think I can turn into something else. I'll say, "Well, is it real wood?" And they'll say, "Yes, it's real wood." And I'll say, "No, I mean solid wood, not chipboard or whatever." It's kind of a slang term for it here. And they'll say, "I don't know." And usually within a few seconds of seeing it, I can tell whether or not it's actual wood.
Yeah,
Uh, Generally, if you look at the underside, that'll give you a good hint,
yeah.
especially on a table.
Or here on my desk, you know, if you scratch and you dig a little, because there is like not a coating, but like a fine film to look like wood, you know, brown thing. But
Yeah,
if you
a
scratch,
veneer. Yeah.
yeah, if you scratch it, you see that it's all like yeah, the inside of a Kit Kat, so it's not wood.
Yeah, that's most likely if it's fairly easy to scratch up and get that
Yeah,
dust up, that's probably MDF,
yeah,
medium density fiberboard.
yeah. And so with this, you as a professional woodworker, you cannot work with that.
No, I can. It's just that I don't like to.
Yeah,
Um, when it comes to uh, things, well, and the IKEA stuff is even lower density stuff. It's generally it's made in such a way that if you put it together the way they've designed it, it'll be fine as long as you don't abuse it very much.
yeah, not knock it a bit too far, too much.
Yeah, or flex it, or like there's a process with chairs, for instance, where you'll see people will do this, where they'll lean back in the
Yeah,
chair, lift it up on two legs. That's known as racking. And if you do that with certain pieces of IKEA furniture, because of the way they're put together, it's going to collapse,
Yeah.
and it'll never be able to be put back together the way it is.
It's
Also,
even better to have like a big, stupid plastic chair, for outside.
yeah, in some ways, yeah. I wouldn't buy an IKEA chair anyway. It probably wouldn't support me.
Yeah, we are big dudes.
Yeah, yeah. I prefer the term healthy. But yeah,
I'm a trans weight Texan. I identify as
but
Finn.
yeah, there you go. My second chin identifies as a higher epiglottis. There we go. But with a lot of material that has veneer over it, that's especially
Yeah,
the stuff from IKEA, you can use it to make other things, but it's not going to be as attractive, certainly, because you'll have that ugly edge on it.
yeah.
You can cover that up, certainly, with edging and stuff, but uh, structurally, it's not great. It's not great for carrying weight. Like, and to be honest, I don't like working with it because it's really messy stuff to work with.
Yes. But now I learn a bit with you. Of course, that's one of the neat part of doing an interview. It's most of so-called wood stuff in day-to-day life are not actual wood.
No, no, wood is insanely expensive, and generally, uh, well, millwork, which is the architectural stuff, uh, some of that can go for thousands of dollars a
Yeah.
foot, or probably thousands of euros a meter would be fair.
And what actual wood are used to make the pasta wood? I will say that.
Oh, whatever is handy usually. Well, if this is
Do
usually
you?
the process in somewhere like China, they'll take actual wood lumber that's been brought in, make what they need out of that. If they'll either take the waste directly from that, and if they can use it in another product, they'll use it as it is. For example, they might make a bunch of different little cubes or whatever for decorations. But once you get to the point where all you're left with is dust, then that goes into a mixer with resins. It's essentially stirred into a loaf and pushed through an extrusion machine that bakes it and flattens it all at
Yeah,
once,
paste
and
wood.
sometimes puts a veneer on it.
That's what we call it, the paste wood.
Yeah, yeah. And that's one of the
That's
things that's been called here: chipboard, paste wood, press wood.
this is funny because with that you can make whatever shape you want.
Yeah,
It's not
you
it's
can.
it's not like an actual tree, like you are limited by the size of the tree.
Yeah, or the position of knots, things like that.
Yeah,
And yeah, that's usually it's that stuff that gets put onto a computer numerically controlled machine, like a CNC mill or whatever. For example, if you wanted to make a tabletop out of that stuff, all you have to do is literally cut a circle, put a plastic edge around it, throw a veneer over both ends, and you're done. Like that's your tabletop right there.
yeah. But if you want to make like an actual wood, like I don't know, ash, like you said, yeah, that's 300 euros. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you run into a couple of different issues. Generally, you don't want to take if you find a piece of ash wood that's like this as a single piece, that's a damned old tree, and you should be ashamed of yourself for cutting it down and turning it into discs. That should have been turned into boards. But
Mr. Beer, I have a question for you.
a very important question: is it true that olive tree is the best variety of wood to make a steak to kill a vampire?
Well, let me introduce you to Blade.
Olive trees. Olive trees grow in the Mediterranean, so the sort of creature you want to kill with that is a Vricolakus, which is the Greek word for vampire. um, no, if someone was commissioning me to go and make steaks to go after vampires, I would probably go with something far lighter that is also dense. So you'd probably want something and I have to go from what I understand for domestic woods here in North America, never having worked with olive. Um, I would go with something either hickory, which is very, very dense, or something that is extremely cheap, like spruce or birch, because and it depends on the type of vampire. Like if this is a vampire that flares and goes to ash when you stab it, well, you can't reuse the stake, so there's no real point in making it out of something expensive like hickory.
Oh fuck! I miswrote. Uh,
um,
yeah, that
honest,
very
honestly,
important thing.
if you're dealing with vampires, you have bigger problems than worrying about what kind of wood you should be using.
Well, this is a way to solve the problem. At least a part of it. Well, but yeah, once again, I will say about the tree, learning about them, I had no idea that this stuff was, yeah, pastry. Pastry. Paste wood, sorry. But yeah, I didn't know.
You're not wrong. It is coming from basically pastries.
Yeah, but yeah, I didn't know about that, and it's in a way baffling, in another way amazing, because technology, reusing waste, etc.
It's a cost saving measure as well. Like if you can reuse more, and again, we're looking at conservation. If you can reuse waste, then you don't need to go out and knock down more of the original resource.
But
you can actually make do.
But the problem
Just
is
the quality is lower.
Yeah, most of the thing, like I'm not sure there is one actual wood in my apartment right now.
Yeah, it's if you have a couch that's upholstered, there's probably real wood in the frame.
Yeah, that was our thing. Maybe my bed, because the feet are quite heavy, strong, and yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
But
your box, if you have a box spring on your bed, it's probably got actual wood in it.
That's why it's so expensive.
No, that's definitely not why. It's because steel is friggin' expensive.
Yeah, but
so they make the springs out of.
Yeah, but yeah, that's very, very enlightening, and yeah, that kind of rocked my world, to be honest. It's like, what the fuck. And it's, as I said, it's amazing because it's an intelligent way to use stuff, make stuff made of waste, and like the candy, it's used like waste material of pork and stuff, and it's intelligent, to be honest. But yeah, there is another problem with that. But
it's funny you mention reusing waste products from pork. One of the things I discovered when I was talking to my friends about becoming a Muslim, it turns out that Jello is haram.
Yeah,
because gelatin is made from pig.
Yeah.
What is it? Pork. Oh goodness.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
The stuff
pork.
in your nose. Cartilage. There we go.
Yeah, cartilage.
It's actually it uses cartilage from pork.
Yeah.
So even Jello is haram.
But to be honest, one of the most useful animal in the whole world for human is pig. There is not one part of the pig that is not usable. Not one.
And the awesome thing about pigs is if you get tired of having them as pets, you can let them go and you can hunt them in about a year for food.
But yeah, even for medicine,
you need to be careful because they might be hunting you.
yeah, that's a bore. But
yeah, for medicine and things, yeah.
The skin,
extremely close to
you use a pig skin for graft, and even heart and organs. It's amazing. We have so much in common with pigs, like genetics. It's amazing. It's almost scary. And sometimes I'm thinking, do we have a common ancestor with pigs? Because we look so much alike, to be honest. Like the nose. If you push the nose up, it looks like a groin. Yes. And the color of the skin, the organs, and pig are not disgusting animals. They are quite intelligent. They are quite clean, to be honest, because they shit and piss in one place. They eat in one place. They drink in another place. Like it's a reflex for them, and most animals don't have that. And yeah, it's pig are friends like dogs.
No. I wouldn't eat my dog.
Yeah, that's
Well,
different.
I won't say that. I wouldn't eat my dog unless something really extreme had happened.
My cat is agreeing with you. Yeah, eat
Yeah,
the
but
dog.
your cat would encourage me to eat my dog.
Yeah, I will show the cat to internet. Yeah. She doesn't like to be held.
Oh, yeah?
She's a Siamese cat.
Oh, okay.
It's a very Siamese cats are very special. They know what they like. They know what they don't like. And you heard for like maybe like 10 minutes, and I explained that I went away, and she like, oh, I missed you, I missed you. But if I want to hold her, cuddle her, no, not like that. Love me in other ways.
Love me the way I want to be loved, or I'll rip your
Yes.
face off.
Or she would just
Ironically,
go away.
yeah. Ironically, one of the most affectionate cats I've ever. Oh, it's a chocolate point too. Yeah, one of the most affectionate cats I've ever seen was a Siamese.
Yeah,
My
they
cousin
are
kept going.
they are almost possessive to the Siamese cat. You are their possession, and they are very very territorial. They if they smell like other cats, it's like okay, but these are my things. Don't touch them. They will almost pee on you to show that you are their property.
Yeah, yeah. Dogs occasionally will just straight up pee on you.
Yeah, but it's because they love you and they are like excited and they don't know what to do.
Oh no. In the case of the dog I'm thinking of, it was definitely no. That's mine.
Funny, Mr. Beer. It reminds me the best Pink Floyd album for me, Animals. Dog, pig, and shit. So I have another final question, but it's a fun one. It's a stupid one.
Okay.
Imagine a genie come to you and say, you have one wish, whatever the fuck you want. I can break the law of physics, the universe, time. I can resurrect the dead. I can whatever you want. It's yours. Like you can go another galaxy, go to the 17th dimension, whatever. What would you ask of him?
Oh, jeez. Make me immortal and make me born 1,000 years earlier.
One wish.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just make me immortal then.
Can you explain a bit why?
Never aging.
Yeah, you can specify.
I've played this game too many times.
Yeah.
Never aging.
Yeah, it's not a dick genie. You say, okay, yeah, I understand. But can you explain a bit why?
There's just so much. There's so much that's going to happen, that could happen.
You can go a bit into politics if you want, a bit.
I don't even need to, and generally when I'm talking about things like this, I don't want to. But 50 years from now, we could have Muskville on Mars. We could have cured. Well, we probably should have cured cancer by now, but I mean, there's so many possibilities. We might have actual proper VR where you literally plug into a matrix.
Yeah, like
which isn't necessarily a great thing.
Ready Player One.
It's something like that, yeah. Or we may, or even more thoroughly, actually into a matrix.
Yeah.
But we might get to the point where we can get a heuristic algorithm to analyze everything someone ever wrote or said or talked about or whatever, and all of a sudden you have a facsimile of Albert Einstein or Isaac Newton or Gautama Buddha or any number of other people that you can actually interact with and talk to. You might be able to, this would be a personal favorite of mine, to train with Bruce Lee. for example. That would be
many,
amazing.
many people will want that.
Yeah. Get in line. I thought of it first.
This is my wish. Me first.
I will fight you for it.
And I will die for it.
And from the few stories I've heard about Bruce, he would absolutely encourage that attitude.
Yeah. It was very much of a, if you want it, go and take it.
Well, basically, knowledge is useless without practical application, yeah.
So for you, it's a quest of knowledge and experience.
Absolutely, yeah. I am absolutely in love with the idea of learning new things.
Yeah, me too. That's why I do this kind of stuff, interviewing a woodworker, interviewing. Tomorrow I will interview Shades of Dominion, Carnal.
Awesome.
You didn't know?
Well, the Shade Master. Yeah, I think I saw the link for it a while ago, but I kind of went out of my head. Yeah, he's going by the Shade Master now, not so much.
Okay.
Not so much Carnal because of Susan.
I know. This is one of Susan. One of the reason I don't even wait for him to ask me and say, do you want to go and talk, and and I don't remember when, like in 2 weeks. No, the next week I will interview Magog.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I told you.
I know.
It's next week, and in 2 weeks
I'm letting you shill.
Okay. And in 2 weeks I will interview Bleach. Speak about America.
Oh, cool.
I will interview him as an American. That's his qualification. It's like, in TV news channel, you interview someone or someone is speaking and he said, oh, something like Thomas, blah, 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 former child.
Former child, yeah. My personal favorite is I'm being interviewed as Ardent Pardy, former ponytail haver.
Former ponytail haver.
Yeah, I actually used to have a ponytail most of the way down my back. Not so much anymore.
Former
Former hippie.
Former hippie. I don't think I will not depict you as a hippie, even in past life.
When I was younger, I was far more liberal than I am now.
Okay.
It's kind of the truth of that expression. Like, if you're young and you're not liberal, you have no heart. If you're older and not and still liberal, you have no brain.
Yeah. That's quite true. And myself, I had a phase, so to say. To for this, it's okay. It was a phase. I was like an anarcho-communist kind of guy. Yeah, destroy the establishment, burn everything. Yeah, a war. That's really helped the humankind.
We all make mistakes, and to be honest, that's not necessarily one of the worst ones you could make.
Well, as the saying goes,
at least you had the anarcho part down.
Yeah, if you are young and you don't want to better the world and right some wrong, it's like you don't have a heart. You don't want to be helpful. You don't want to you don't want things to be good for everyone, you included. But if you keep going this idealistic road, you don't understand some stuff. That's one of the best thing I like with Jordan Peterson. He explained, everyone want to destroy the machine and stuff, and everyone think that you get a wrench, you go whack the machine, and everything works perfectly. No. No, you stupid monkey.
My personal favorite is, and I think Peterson has probably touched on this himself, is how so many people think that when the glorious revolution occurs, they'll somehow be a privileged member of the new ruling class. No, sunshine, that ain't how it works.
No one be.
No.
Except the glorious leader.
Well, yeah, and he's going to have to be on his friggin' toes.
Yep. So, the interview is over, and I I will. Yeah, I know it was a pain, and you want to go and everything.
I just want a cigarette, to be honest.
It reminds me of a suicidal tendency song, and say, "I just wanted a goddamn Pepsi." But yeah, if the chat with
Falling down, I just want to go home.
if the chat, which is me watching the chat, and I think Monsieur Bière, want to ask a question, this is the time, and after that, yeah, we will
He
go.
he tried to hijack my wish out from under me and say, "Make vampires real, and I can build stakes."
You could have wished for, I want to be the only woodworker in the planet.
Oh,
All the
God,
business for me. I will make so many flutes. Yeah, but seriously, I hope that you had a good time, and it was enjoyable and stuff, and that my question was not too stupid or too technical, and I show that at least I knew a little bit and wanted to know more.
There is no such thing as a stupid question. There are only people too afraid to ask them.
Sometimes there is
Something
stupid
I've
question.
learned.
Is math related to science?
Yeah, no, I honestly don't believe there's such a thing as a stupid question. I think the stupidest question is the one that everybody's terrified to ask because they don't want to look dumb.
What is a woman?
Oh, that's easy. Adult human female.
You've watched the documentary. Good.
Preferably one built like this. As one of my favorite Australian supervillains said in a comic book once, she should have balloonies you can play Shakespeare from.
There was one streamer who one time he jumped. He was streaming himself, but he hopped in like the just chatting or the top stream, I don't know. And there was a girl with so massive bonkers, and he said it was like it was the look of the men, and he'd say, "Look at those pegs." Basic male. But the thing is,
pretty much.
The thing that, honestly, I'm seriously thinking, and I'm convinced that men have way much fun than women.
Men will have far more fun amongst other men than women have amongst other women. I think that is absolutely fair to say. And it's somewhat tragic for women, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, apparently, Mr. Bière is good. And if you want to close the stream, you want to shield stuff, you want to make a declaration of war against Belgium, and whatever the fuck, it's the moment.
Belgium to lend est! No, I don't think I'll need to declare any wars. Not against Belgium, certainly. I think that it would be nice if I could, borrow a couple of SEAL teams and go pull some people out of some countries they don't want to be in and take them to Texas. But hey, what are you going to do?
We all dream of Texas.
Yeah. I'm going to go sing Don't Fence Me In later. No, I'm perfectly content to leave it there. I'm fairly certain there's a link to my channel somewhere around here.
I think, and I hope I didn't, but I will make a link.
I'll just grab it for you real fast.
I will make a link in the comment.
Okay.
In the YouTube video. I declare war again. Stress.
Yes. You can't beat stress. Stress is actually healthy anyway.
Stress will beat you.
Distress is bad. That's when it's too much.
Yep.
A certain level of stress is not necessarily unhealthy. No, Monsieur Biel, I'm not in Texas. I want to be in Texas.
We all want to be in Texas. Well, anyway, thank you
He's
very
another
much.
trans-Texan.
Yeah,
The
another.
cult is growing.
So many.
So
That's
yeah, I'll end with my regular close.
yeah.
Rise and rise again until lambs become lions.
And thank you very much, Alden, to come by. And thank you for the chat for you, Mr. Bier, and the other that came to say hi. And well, as I said, many other interview coming, so meet me there. And it was a pleasure always as having a nice guest as you, Mr. Ardent Pardy. Okay,
Thank you. It was
goodbye,
great to be here.
Internet. Take care.